Hello, Random. Congratulations, you are first.
If you listen to vegan teachers live streams, it's kind of funny how many PPS is converting to veganism. There's lots of vegans in chat and that join the stream, and with so many views it's impressive, and Shazam's that running name the trait on these 10-year-olds.
Well, that's good. I fucking hate TikTok. Luckily, TikTok is technically being sold. They have worked out a deal where I think an American company is going to have access to some of the algorithm and stuff like that, so I might actually make a TikTok account now that it isn't just being controlled, at least not entirely, by the Chinese. So I might end up doing what she's doing, where I do simultaneous streams on TikTok and YouTube. That might be rough going, though. Like, if I do TikTok streams or, YouTube TikTok streams, because they're terms of service, I might have to really hold things back. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
In this movie, Patrick Swayze is the greatest bouncer.
This is like one of the dumbest movies of all time. It's incredible to me that they fucking remade this. Nobody asked for it. It was not a good movie when it came out. Just stupid. Dodo Tellers, lol, how many views she's getting just on her YouTube in the last 2 days, and even more on her TikToks? Like, incredible. Yeah, I don't know how she manages to pull that many viewers. Like, I'm figuring some of it has to do with the TikTok audience conversion. I think some of it too is she just triggers the fuck out of people for whatever reason, even though she makes like some of the least offensive, innocuous content I've ever fucking seen. And just a ton of fucking people come over to just talk shit or troll. And TikTok. Yeah, she gets millions on TikTok. You need to collab with her now. Well, can't now. It's way, way too fucking cold for me to make that drive to go visit her. Maybe in like a couple of weeks if it warms up, but holy fucking shit. It's not even funny how cold it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo Tellers, I'm sure Code Pink isn't happy that TikTok is being sold, and I think you helped influence Vegan Teacher to be a better debater, to be honest, because as you know, she used to not argue very well, but after some discussion with you, by now she is better at it. I don't know if I helped her at all. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Oh boy.
So Dalton, Patrick Swayze,
Okay.
the greatest bouncer ever, that Dalton has fixed up with his amazing bouncing. And then the guy walks in, this older guy walks in, Dalton is giving himself surgery.
What?
He got sliced in his bouncing duties. This guy's such a badass, he sews himself up.
Okay.
I'm the biggest badass ever because he's giving himself surgery. But he's like, I'm going to come to town and I'm going to kick everybody's ass. The only thing is, I'm afraid of planes, and I don't like clowns. There's a peanut allergy. And if you do peekaboo, I will shit my pants.
Should have also made him afraid of vaccines and cell towers.
And then he goes, he's going to stay while he cleans up the bar. But
Dodo, don't tell her she's an easy target. Many people make videos about her, and then kids come over to troll her, but they stay and hear the arguments, and many of them go vegan. If you actually read the comments on the lives as well, you can see that, and also people that join the stream. Well, all the people who make videos on her, like it's the most retarded brain rot trash where they never engage with anything she's saying. So I would imagine if people like consider her a joke and come over and then actually have to engage with her directly, unlike these fucktards who make, you know, that stupid content criticizing her. Yeah, they figure out, oh, I don't have an argument. Oh, I'm an idiot. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
It's such a small town that, you know, and then they cut to the
Tai Chi is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Dodo, donate $2.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali. To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice. It's a lot. It's like it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice. You know, people don't really.
All the Somalian kids that I knew at school, like almost all of them aside from maybe one or two, were like all troublemakers. Like not criminal, like you know, the bad kids that brought like knives to school and shit, but like they were all weird kind of troublemakers. And I only knew one Somali kid who was just normal.
See, like, you know, it's you know, people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but that's what it's like to be Somali and American. It's like,
it's not just about bananas and rice. It's bananas and rice.
that combination of banana and rice. But
is this AI? Like, like somebody even commented, is this AI? Like, it's just so stupid.
If you touch a penguin in Antarctica, you can actually be kicked out of the area. In fact, photographers who work in Antarctica are trained to stay completely still if a penguin approaches them.
Yeah, I think penguins think you're also a penguin.
That's because their feathers are coated with a natural oil that keeps them waterproof and insulated. Touching them can interfere with this layer and make it harder for them to stay warm in freezing conditions. But penguins will still waddle right
Oh my god, penguins are so awesome.
up to people anyway. That's because in Antarctica, humans are the only other creatures that walk on two legs, so penguins sometimes mistake us for one of their own. If you touch a penguin...
Dude, isn't that so cool? Penguins think you're also a penguin. Fucking love penguins. Oh. Mr. Kitters is in the snow. Oh. Kitties are playing in the snow. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is amazing. Wow. That's amazing. That'd be hard not to touch the penguin. Jesus. Fuck. Yeah, that's rough. Jesus Christ. I don't think I could survive living in Russia. That is just too much. Fuck that shit. You'd think if they get snowfall like that, they would have, like, you know, some sort of underground parking or something where they could clear the street a bit easier. That's just unfucking real. Fuck that shit, dude.
شود فهمید که موساد و سیا در این اتفاقات نقش داشتند. اگر هم فکر می‌کنید این توهم توطئه است،
Iranian state TV is airing Sneeko, presenting him as an American analyst.
می‌توانید حرف‌های مایک پومپئو را ببینید. همچنین عوامل
Yeah, that says a lot about Sneeko's political beliefs.
Are you okay?
Very good.
You good?
I clipped it on the table. So I put a little, what do they call it, cream on it. But I clipped it.
You can tell he's lying. He's getting some sort of IV, whatchamacall, diuretic or something. He probably is in like late stage heart failure.
I would say take aspirin if you like
Yeah, it's probably a diuretic and anticoagulant.
your heart.
I actually had to be on an anticoagulant after I had a knee surgery because I was at such a high risk of blood clots.
But don't take aspirin if you don't want to have a little bruising. You know, if you take I take the big aspirin. And when you take the big aspirin, they tell you you're bruised. The doctor said, you don't have to take that, sir. You're very healthy. I said, I'm not taking any chances. So anyway.
Yeah, he's lying. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sid, donate tellers, do you have a bad experience playing video games with girls? Not really. The ones that actually play games always act like cunts and sore losers, in my opinion. I remember there was, I had a Call of Duty clan back in the day. You know, we're playing Modern Warfare 2. And there was some chick that lived in my friend's town in my Call of Duty clan that he really liked. And she had her own Call of Duty clan. And they had the idea of setting up a private match. And he told me, okay, like, dude, be cool, don't talk shit. I'm trying to, like, you know, be nice to this girl to, like, you know, go out with her and shit. And I was like, yeah, sure, fine. She was talking so much mad shit about how, like, they're better than us and they'd kick our ass. We start a match on sub base, and like within the first like 20 seconds, I get an AC-130, start mowing everyone down. They all rage quit. And then they accused me of hacking, and then she wouldn't play with us ever again. Like, so that's my experience playing video games with girls. The ones who aren't gamers are chill, but they suck and obviously don't play much. It's annoying trying to play video games with somebody who's never played video games. It's like they're fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Sid.
And speaking of Snego,
Let me see.
There is a viral video showing Tristan Tate, Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, Clavicular, Myron Gaines, Justin Waller, and maybe some others. If you don't know who those people are, just stay with me. Laughing and singing along to Kanye West's Heil Hitler song as they are going to a Miami nightclub. Now, I know many in my audience have no idea who these people are. And to be frank, other than Tristan Tate and Nick Fuentes, I didn't know who these people were until a few days ago. But this is important regardless.
Lucky him.
Stick with this. These are people with huge followings. They are flirting with, killed most of them. And yet they worship him. All right, take a look at this.
Yep.
Foreman. Hitler. To justify their admiration for a Nazi regime. And the hilarious thing is that if you look at the racial law.
Yeah, they're pretty much all ethnic. Even Fuentes, like, his last name would be enough to send him to, like, a fucking gas chamber. At the very least, he would have been banned from, like, using public transit and marrying.
Laws that Hitler favored, the social purity laws that Hitler favored, most of these men.
None of them would be allowed to run for office or work in the government. None of them would be able to use public transit, and none of them would be able to marry or date anybody. They're just the dumbest fucking people. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The guy with the big white beard, the farmer, and the farmer's like, why do I rent this room out? But then Swayze comes back to work. Now
Especially considering like Sneeko's lifestyle, Hitler would have killed him. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Hey everyone, it's Brooke Rollins alongside my great friend Bobby Kennedy, and we have the best news. President Trump just signed the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. And what that means is that whole milk is going back into schools for the first time in a long time, which, Bobby, we think making America healthy again, this is a huge step in the right direction.
No, they may get fatter. That's all that'll really happen.
Brooke and I, at the beginning of January, are going to release dietary guidelines, and we're going to announce the end to the war against saturated fats. And we're going to bring back milk, which is a nutrition.
Yeah, like dairy fats don't have as substantial of an impact on your lipids as other sources of saturated fat, but they still raise your LDL. And again, whole milk just has more fat in it, so it's more calorically dense. So these kids will probably just get fatter.
Just wholesome food that every American who can drink it ought to be drinking.
Dairy is the most unnatural foods that human beings consume. Milk is meant to be consumed by baby mammals. And
yeah. Miss Rachel spends her day posting and sharing content, but the vile Jew-hating post she liked and pinned was simply the result of a bewildering mix of buttons and words that caught her completely off guard. And now she's exhausted by anti-Semitism. Imagine what it feels like to be on the receiving end of all the Jew hatred. I misunderstood a comment and thought it said that the author of the anti-Semitic comment liked the comment, not me. So I pinned it because I thought I didn't like the comment in the first place. The fuck sense does this make? Their comment said left, not liked, so I just read it wrong. I was very emotional and read it quickly and read it wrong. Sure. Oh. Oh my goodness. Friends. Oh, that cat's not being nice. Why is he doing that? Why was that kitty doing that?
For me to like be standing with Hamas as a queer person.
Why should you be ashamed?
Well, it's punishable by death to be gay in Gaza, which like if that's true, that's a little conflicting.
Punishable by death would be the extremist Islamists.
Or Hamas
Yeah, like Hamas.
Islamists.
No, they are not. They are a resistance.
Yeah.
Hamas aren't extremist Islamists.
They're like moderate Islam.
Yeah.
Is this chick paid to be there? Like, what the oh my god. The amount of, like, dumb bitch women who watch TikTok or just get paid to protest.
Few of them who would be maybe extremists, the same as there are extreme queer people who might be a murderer.
Being gay isn't an ideology. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, well, I don't know if a queer person's ever murdered anyone. You think? It's like a little homophobic, no?
There's a very high count of queer people, so probably.
I hope they all die. We need another round of COVID.
Have one country when the Muslims have 57.
Do you want me to say?
Yeah, give me your honest opinion.
I'm a Muslim and I read the Quran. In the Quran, it says Israel will never have a land.
Really? I thought it said in the Quran that Israel is the land of the Jewish people.
No,
okay.
that is untrue.
That's propaganda.
It literally says Israel's the land of Jewish people.
Yeah.
Fuck them, right? The Jews.
Of course. Yeah. They will never have a land.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
Why do you think the Jews can never have a land?
Because they did not respect Allah.
Because they didn't respect Allah.
Yeah, my God.
Sure.
Yep. Cultural enrichment. We need more of that, don't we? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The bartender he fired is back, and he brought goons with him. And he's like, guess what? The owner's reconsidered. You don't fire me because my uncle is Brad Wesley, right? And then this starts a fight. There's a fat guy.
Why are all these people of color these days such Nazis? Seriously. What's attracting them to fascism? VG.
I have no real fucking idea. You do see this fairly frequently where you'll see like black people being anti-black. You'll see Asian people trying to be like as white as possible. Like it's probably like a weird mix of insecurity and wanting to fit into some sort of in-group. But yeah, these people are just retarded, like pathetic scumbags. It's funny too because these people are talking about like this alpha male kind of ideology, and then they're like some of the most insecure, follow the leader, like cucked faggots on the fucking planet. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Suspenders.
What?
Everyone's got a knife. Swayze gets slashed. He throws a guy through the window of the office, and then there's a guy. She's gonna give him anesthetic, and he's like,
It's funny how this was like the physique standard back in the 80s. Dude, if a guy looked like this in Hollywood, like they'd be like, wow, twink. Dodo $20, is he fake natty? Let me see.
My name is Jeff Palmer. I'm 62 years old and in the best health and shape of my life. I work out almost every day. I can press over 400 pounds and
Well, I'm assuming he's talking about on some stupid machine. There's no way he can bench 400.
created the first completely vegan natural bodybuilding championship in the world to show people what they could accomplish.
He is jacked.
Without eating animals or using drugs. I've been 100% drug-free for 40 years. My name is...
Yeah, cool. He should go on drugs, though. Everybody should be taking steroids. Like, why the fuck would you be promoting natural vegan bodybuilding? Like, you're just asking for people to be like, oh, well, that's the best you can do, huh? Like, more vegans should get into bodybuilding and take steroids. Why would we hold ourselves back, right? Like, you've got people like Sam Sulik, Larry Wheels, and like you know, all these social media influencers who are getting into you know, bodybuilding shows. And like, you know, we've always had, you know, meat eaters just doing bodybuilding. Like, if we want to compete with those people and say, look, you can be a competitive athlete and be jacked as a vegan, why would you only want people doing fucking natural shows? Like, natural bodybuilding is so fucking niche. Like, nobody does it. And you're just holding everyone back where they can never compete with the best. Like, it's just stupid. Even, like, social media, I mean, everybody on social media is on fucking steroids. Like, why in the fuck wouldn't you take gear and just try to blow up on social media and then promote veganism? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Afghani coal miners.
Going down into these coal mines is extremely dangerous, but getting back out can be even worse. You see, these workers are lowered hundreds of feet underground on a makeshift platform, controlled from above by an operator using a pulley system. After spending hours down there, they can't simply yell to be brought back up because the distance is way too far. So instead, they pull really hard on a wire to signal the operator that they're ready to come up, and that's when they're pulled back to the surface. Going down into these coal mines is extremely dangerous.
Fuck that job. I'd rather make crystal meth.
Flatulent threats about how important economic and military conquest of Greenland is. After all that huffing and puffing, with no warning whatsoever, he just gave up.
You have talked about this framework, the beginning of a framework that you've spoken with the NATO secretary about. Can you tell us anything about that? Does this ultimately mean that the U.S. will ultimately acquire Greenland?
Well, I don't know if I could say that, but it could be. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible. But in the meantime, we're getting everything we wanted: total security, total access to everything.
Total access to all the things we already had total access to. And let me tell you something, just like that wall Mexico...
Like, again, the only reason he said this bullshit about invading Greenland is because he's just an idiot. RFK focusing, bringing whole milk to schools. Will, this is happening.
Mike here, and today we're going to look at the EPA.
Well, I'm not going to bother. This is not related to the whole milk thing. I guess we can watch this. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Geez, I thought these SJWs supported the queer community. VG.
They don't. They just hate Jews. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
EPA's green lighting of 2 PFAS pesticides, and how they're, of course, eventually going to make it into our waterways, those forever chemicals, all up in our bodies. So the EPA has pulled a fast one. We're going to look at the EPA's site for this, which looks very sus, very questionable, where they're essentially arguing that, no, this isn't a PFAS under some newer definitions that they've thrown out there. We'll compare those to other.
JP don't eat chillers, retards.
Eat in a day as a 25-year-old girl who only eats meat. For breakfast, I had this massive 600-gram
She looks older than me.
ribeye. For lunch, I had 3 beef patties, and I make sure to pour all the fat on top of them as the
She literally could pass for older than me. And she's almost 10 years younger.
fat is my main energy source. For dinner, I had 2 patties and some shredded fatty beef. I can confirm that no plants were harmed in the making of this video, only the grass.
Well, have fun with heart disease and aging faster because you have a diet that has no antioxidants or vitamin E, which are kind of important for slowing down the aging process. Let's see, more retards.
Are brother and sister, and it could not be more obvious. You can look at both of their faces side by side for 5 seconds and
I guess I'm related to Drake.
You know, sometimes in life, you just need to take a different perspective on things. This is the Grand Teton Mountain in Wyoming. This
Is that Godzilla?
is the Garden of the Gods in Colorado Springs, Colorado. I wonder if he knows.
I don't know what flipping the image... Like, okay.
Anything. Another little mountain from the Garden.
Is he saying this is like Godzilla back or something stupid?
Of the God. I wonder why they call it Garden of the God. I think maybe they knows something.
Okay, well, that's the new social media grift. Thanks for the donation, JP. Dodo Donate Tillers, yes, I said RFK Jr. is focused on whole milk while the EPA is approving PFAS pesticides. This administration is so incompetent. Well, it's not incompetence, it's corruption. The reason they're doing this is because of corruption. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Definitions, and really look closely at the breakdown product from these PFAS pesticides, which is perhaps the biggest concern here. After all, scientists warn of its global threat from irreversible accumulation. Love that for us. And I know I'm talking about the EPA, but this is not just a US problem. There's also an EU and UK issue here as well, especially with that breakdown product. But we're not just going to keep it negative. Don't worry, we're also going to be looking at some potential solutions for this. Let's go. I know I'm always rambling about diet, but I'm also really concerned about water. I did work for a water filtration company that was making these filter backpacks for Haiti in the developing world. That was difficult. It was a startup. You know how startups go. And that's actually when I started my channel after that. So I am really concerned about water. We're going to talk about water filtration as
Trend prolapse no tillers. Do you fear trying to make it as a bodybuilder will compromise your health? No. You're currently 267 milligrams test stack, super safe. Can't say the same about pro bodybuilder cycles low. Also, this video was interesting. A bit too anti-steroid though.
Yeah, 17 years old.
So let's say like the highest dose of steroids that I'm going to have to take is like 2,500 milligrams. You're only running a cycle like that for several months to like push through a plateau or when training for a competition. Like And again, I don't expect to do that for too long. So, like, let's say maybe over the course of the next 10 years, like by the time I'm 45, I have an interest in actually doing competitive bodybuilding. It's like, in all likelihood, it's not going to do anything. Look at Greg Doucette. He started doing steroids like at a very similar age to when I started. I think he started when he was like 33 or 34, and he was doing competitive bodybuilding for like enhanced for like another 10 years. Does he have any health problems whatsoever running the doses he was running? And I think he mentioned he might have gone up to like 1.5 grams or 2 grams of gear for some of his shows. Greg has never mentioned ever having any health problems whatsoever. Short-term or like long-lasting problems from his gear use. He's also shown his blood work. Everything is immaculate, especially considering his age. Like, he's in the top 1% for his age in terms of health. So, like, it's just kind of silly to say, oh, bodybuilding's so fucking dangerous. Like, oh, taking that much steroids. Like, yeah, if you're Dallas McCarver and you're constantly blasting like 5 grams of fucking gear per week and you never come off, and you don't manage your fucking blood pressure, and you also have like familial hypercholesterolemia that you're not really getting treated for, and all this other shit, like, yeah, you can create a situation where you do drop dead, but I'm not a fucking idiot like Dallas McCarver. A lot of the other fucking problems that bodybuilders have, it's related to things like site injection oil or site enhancement oil, like Rich Piana, site enhancement oil, and according to friends of his, most of his health problems were related to the site enhancement oil he was doing. There's also been a number of other bodybuilders who've died young, and they used large amounts of site enhancement oil, like Nasser Al-Sambadi. So people like often wrongfully attribute these deaths to steroid use when it had nothing to do with the steroid use, and like, or very little had to do with steroid use, and a lot of it had to do with other really stupid lifestyle choices they made. Yeah, like Ziz. Ziz was on steroids, but he also had like a genetic heart condition. He was taking diuretics to like dry out, and he was on cocaine, and he went into a sauna, and then he fucking died. So was it the steroids that killed him, or was it his genetic heart condition, diuretics, sauna, and cocaine? Like it's just silly. These are, like, you have to put this into context. These are drugs that were approved for human use, and most of them still are approved for human use. Nandrolone, still FDA approved. Testosterone, FDA approved. Primobolan for a very long time was FDA approved. For whatever reason, they removed it from the FDA list, but it's still sold in other countries. I think Japan, Turkey, they still have it. Anavar, still FDA approved. So, like, these are drugs that were made for humans that are still prescribed for humans. Like, the idea that, oh, they're so dangerous, then why are they prescribed? If they were genuinely that unsafe, they'd be off the FDA approved list, but they're not. Like, Anavar was even given to children who had stunted growth. And you can look at the research on it. The kids, I don't think I've seen any case reports of kids having health problems from taking Anavar. It helped them achieve normal growth velocities as kids, and then they went off it. They went through puberty normally. Like, everything was fine. So steroids are remarkably safe drugs. Like with anything, yeah, if you go to high enough levels of abuse, you can kill yourself. Like salt. Everyone salts their food. Well, if you eat like a bag of salt, you'll kill yourself. Is salt dangerous because if you eat a whole bag of salt, like, you'll die? No. So, you know, people have just been brainwashed into complete horseshit. We can watch this. This is probably going to be fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Trend Prolapse.
And while we are on the subject of SJWs being morons,
let me take
Where do things stand with Iran? The U.S. has got sizable military assets.
You know, we have a lot of ships going that direction, just in case. We have a big flotilla going in that direction. And we'll see.
As you can see right there, Donald Trump is continuing to threaten military strikes, possibly full-on regime change in Iran, as a large quantity of US forces at great expense are dispatched to the region. Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, so look.
How do I support Islamic terrorism without saying that I'm in favor of Islamic terrorism?
When we attack this time, and I think it's going to be when, we're not sending the USS Abraham Lincoln to have a picnic there. And we'll get to all the facts as to why I think it's going to happen. And Iran this time says we're not going to just retaliate against Israel. America's attacking us, so we're going to attack back. And when they do, if we lose,
Iran has like, oh my God, they have like no military. Look at what happened with the Iraq War, both of them. First Iraq War, like literally done in a day. Second Iraq War, didn't they surrender within 3 days? So like this idea that this is going to be some long drawn out, prolonged war with Iran, they're a tiny country with no money. I can guarantee you most of their military isn't even particularly loyal to the regime, so they don't even have any like ideological motivation to really risk their lives. If the US strikes Iran, like they're done in a day.
lose any soldiers, that is all on Israel's hands. And you should be furious at Israel for getting us into this war, bribing us into this war, manipulating.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Like it's just the worst pro-extremist propaganda. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. JP $22, is the girl being authentic or is this fake grifting act?
Fuck my dick, bitch. Hey guys, it's Rachel or Kate and I have Tourette syndrome. Fuck off. And this person said, not being able to handle someone ticking, fuck off, doesn't make them evil or hateful or
She's probably got Tourette's.
uneducated. Some people simply can't deal with the sound. I'm gonna tell you right now, fuck you, bitch. I'm autistic, I have major sensory issues, I'm also
She's not autistic.
incredibly migraine prone. I sometimes, yes, will get headaches from my own ticking. So,
That's pretty normal. She's not autistic, though.
fuck you, bitch. You know, if I'm in the same room as someone
Women who get diagnosed with autism as adults either have narcissism or borderline personality disorder or both. They're not autistic.
and I'm ticking a lot and they have a headache and they tell me, fuck you. Hey, I'm just gonna go into the other room really quick for
Yeah, so I think it's pretty obvious she genuinely has Tourette's, but she's not autistic. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Why did it take you in hell? Me and my friend hopped on at the age of 16 years old. Just take steroids.
While steroids at 15.
Oh my
I completed the 30-day trend challenge, and the results might just shock you.
Follow my journey to an early grave. Yay!
But beneath the rage bait, something more disturbing is happening.
More teenagers than ever before are going to continue to abuse steroids.
These kids aren't acting alone.
Good. More teenagers should be on steroids. All the more reason to legalize the drugs, allow them to be sold without a doctor's prescription, and then it will be managed just like alcohol. How difficult is it for a fucking teenager to go to a store and buy alcohol? They can't. Like, they have to have a very convincing fake ID, and even then, they can still get denied. So you could either have a black market because the, medical industry is just filled with fucking retards who think they can control the market and they can gatekeep all these fucking drugs. And then you have this massive fucking black market that keeps growing and expanding and providing a better and better service for better and better money. And then teenage kids can get access to it, no fucking problem. Or you can, again, legalize these drugs, get them off the schedule list, allow them to be sold like alcohol, and then you'd probably see a reduction in the black market because everybody can get the drugs over the counter for a reasonable price and safer. So yeah, cool. More teenagers taking steroids, that could only be a benefit in the long run.
Many of the influencers you see online are just smaller cogs in a much larger machine, one that's quietly distributing PEDs to teenagers. To take a closer look, we infiltrated one of the many teenage steroid group chats, and what we found was deeply disturbing to say the least. To start, we made a TikTok account and set the age to 16, so we could start scrolling, liking whatever a gym-obsessed teen might like. While it started off tame, showing the well-known influencers you might expect, slowly, we're shown more and more hardcore videos, like normalized pinning in the gym, to before and after teen steroid transformations, with most of them spreading the same sentiment.
Seriously, don't blast.
Don't blast, bro.
Or you'll be super rich and successful.
Hello.
And be always happy and
Jacked.
because you could not handle this lifestyle. You love
Soy boy.
You incel. Save all the steroids
for Mason.
Between 2020 and 2023, videos promoting steroids were viewed 420 million times by US users aged 18 to 24. The only reason we don't have data for younger users is because TikTok doesn't publicize those. At the same time, the stigma around PEDs has collapsed. Hollywood actors openly discuss steroid cycles, while fitness influencers normalize TRT.
Can I blast at the age of 17 to 18? For sure, like what's stopping you? That's what I did.
To a teenager watching this, testosterone doesn't look dangerous. It looks normal.
Testosterone is not dangerous. The only thing that could potentially happen is you may end up having earlier growth plate fusion. So it could, in theory, stunt your growth. I don't know exactly how true that is because apparently Arnold Schwarzenegger, when he was about like 15, he was prescribed Dianabol from his pediatrician different times. And I think he grew to an adult height of about 6'2". Clavicular, he started using testosterone when he was, I think, 16. He's 6'2". There, like, you can find a lot of examples of people starting steroids in their mid-teens and they grow to over 6 feet. So I don't know exactly how true the growth plate fusion thing is. Like, it makes biological sense because like if you increase aromatization and estrogen production, that is what eventually triggers the fusion of growth plates. But as far as I understand, this hasn't actually been researched to see if steroids do, in fact, cause stunted growth in teenagers. There's just biological plausibility for it. JP, donate $2, adorable cats. Let me see. And that's only for compounds that aromatize. They have used Anavar for treatment of stunted growth in children, and it's highly effective. They just stopped using it because growth hormone's better. My goodness. Wow. That's a good cat loaf. Gonna bake that cat loaf. Oh. Oh, that would be nice. Oh, I would love that. Oh my goodness. Oh, that would be special. Oh, that would be so nice. Oh, I'd love to cuddle with a big kitty like that and get rubbed by the kitty. Oh, that would be so nice. Oh, naked cat. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's amazing. Oh. Wow, look at those cat loaves. Oh my goodness, those are good cat loaves. AI is great. I love the AI cat videos. Thanks for the donation, JP. Dodo Donatellers, you know, VG, I love how SJWs always use the phrase, how to say I'm racist without saying I'm racist against the right, but they themselves are racist against Jews and like to frame it as if they aren't, just like the right they so often attack. Well, yeah, it's funny, like, if somebody on the right wing mentions immigration and then they say this is all some, like, covert tactic to promote racism, but then they use the same argument to excuse themselves of anti-Semitism. Oh, I don't hate Jews. I'm just against Zionism. Like, yeah, sure. So they're full of shit, and they're massive hypocrites. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
More natural even.
Even so, TRT is still natural.
Add extreme looks maxing culture, and PEDs start to feel like a logical upgrade.
If you take a drug that makes you more disciplined, more jacked, more focused, more attractive, and suddenly you're public enemy number one.
To some, it's baffling as to why you wouldn't take a concoction of drugs to get ahead as a teenager.
All the research is there, and it's really safe to use these drugs.
Most aren't seeing the hospital visits or hormone crashes. They're seeing success, clout, and rapid results. With the constant
That image he just showed of Greg Doucette and that kid in the hospital, that kid was reusing the same dirty needle over and over and over again, and he ended up getting an infection and had to go to the hospital for the infection. So what the fuck does that have to do with steroids? Like, I love how people do this.
Hormone crashes of this content and viral teenage steroid transformations. Steroids stop feeling like an underground drug and start feeling like a shortcut to confidence.
Dude, it's so silly. Like, this is, this reminds me of those, like, those Dare ads or Dare campaigns where they told you, like, if you smoke weed even once, your entire life is going to go to shit. It'll turn you into a fucking retard. You'll never work a day in your life. You're going to be homeless on the fucking street and no one will ever like or love you again. Like, everyone figures out, like, okay, that's just bullshit, and then they end up doing drugs. Like, it's the same with the steroid use shit. Like, this guy is showing these kids making these fucking transformations on steroids. They clearly fucking work. Like, guess what? Men want to get big and jacked and strong and fucking muscular and dominate other fucking men. So that's why these fucking teenage kids are going on steroids, and guess what? They fucking work. And they're safe. There's testosterone's been on the market since about the 1950s. So you're talking about, like, over 70 years of safety data that's accumulated. Not to mention other anabolic steroids, like, most of them came out in the, like, 1950s, 60s, I think one or two in the 70s. So, like, these are very old drugs, tons of safety data, and they're still FDA approved for human use. Like, if they weren't safe, they wouldn't be FDA approved for human use. So, all this bullshit about, oh my god, teenage kids using steroids, oh, it's gonna ruin your life, what are you doing? No one's listening. Like, it's, you have so many fucking bodybuilders, like Milo Sarchev, who's lived to old age. He's 62, looks fucking amazing. He's been on 500 milligrams of test for 30 fucking years. And at least according to him, he has no fucking health problems. No one's convinced about this, like, fucking bullshit. At least not any kids that have half a fucking brain. So, like, the route to go about this, to tell kids not to use steroids at that age, is, like, it has to be some sort of logical, practical reason. Like, there is biological plausibility that it could stunt your growth. So you could either wait until you're in your 20s, like maybe 22, 23, where, like, 99.9% of people stop growing. And then you can reach your full adult height, possibly be over 6 feet tall, which is ideal for a man. And then you can hop on steroids. Whereas if you start when you're 16, well, maybe you're only going to be like 5'8" or 5'9". So would you rather wait a few years and then hop on steroids and be over 6 feet tall and mog everybody? Or would you rather be a 5'8", 5'9" Ninja Turtle and yeah, be jacked, but you're 5'8", 5'9"? Like, that's a logical reason for that would disincentivize a kid from using fucking steroids. But no, instead, they have to lie, make up a bunch of fucking bullshit, and say, oh, you're gonna die, when they're not. Like, it's just so stupid.
Steroids stop feeling like an underground drug and start feeling like a shortcut to confidence. And it must work, right? We're seeing more and more teenagers putting up impressive lifts, looking like Belgian blue cows.
Yep. I did become enhanced at 17. Is that something that you're willing to do in the future?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Larry Wheels went on steroids at 17. He's over 6 feet tall. So, like, I'm sure there's I'm sure, like, you could maybe induce the closure of growth plates by taking enough steroids. Like, I don't know, maybe if you're running a gram of test or more at 17, you could, like, actually close growth plates. But maybe with like some of the starting cycles that a lot of teenagers are doing, like maybe 250 or 500 test, like you just don't get enough aromatization to induce that. I don't know. It's never been studied as far as I'm aware. But there's a lot of examples of men starting steroids in their teens, and they're pretty tall. They're over 6 feet.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. That's the mindset I had.
From what they've said, it's a magical fix-all. One that's way too easy to get your hands on. Now, what I'm about to show you, I don't want it to come across as a tutorial.
Here we go. Of course, pencil neck. Of course it's going to be a pencil neck. JP Donny Tillers, the cat was totally justified in this.
Say no pickles, are you deaf or what? Fix the sandwich right now. You hiss at me again, see what happens. Say no pickles.
I love these videos. They're so awesome.
Are you deaf or what?
You know, like if cats were smart enough to have a job at like McDonald's, they would do this. It's so great. I gotta see that again. Yeah. That's so awesome. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Which is why I'll blur details and link helpful resources below the video. But I want you to see just how quickly you can get sucked into the rabbit hole of PEDs as a teenager. Because when we were researching this trend, we found numerous more disturbing accounts.
Update. I was just scrolling through TikTok and I got a video of a guy talking about being 17 that he hopped on growth hormone. It had a lot of views. So I clicked on his profile because he linked it in the video and it took me to a Discord server. And in this Discord server, they are selling cookies, anabolic cookies.
In this group, you find full price lists, step-by-step instructions on how to buy, and teenagers teaching other teens which compounds to take.
So what I'm
Again, if they took these drugs off the schedule list and sold them just like alcohol, you wouldn't be seeing this.
What I'm gonna do in this group is ask the same question, like what do you guys recommend? I'm 17, I'm turning 18 years old, I've been training for 10 months, what would you recommend?
In just one swipe and 3 clicks, any teenager now has access to illegal anabolic steroids. All they have to do is put in an order.
I sent my picture over and they said, oh, you look pretty good. A guy responded and I asked him like, okay, yeah, thanks, but I'm trying to push it to the next level. Like, what do you recommend? And he proceeded to give me an exact recommendation on
test weekly, Anavar weekly, Anavar daily. Why did he say the same drug weekly and daily?
what to do and what to take and what he's doing right now, the exact dose that he is taking.
This is just one of the many teenage steroid group chats in a growing underground economy, and the advice they went on to give us was mental.
So he's not just taking PEDs, he's training people and sourcing juice for them at...
What is mental about the advice? He just said the advice is mental. What is mental about it?
17 years old.
I wanted to try this experiment out for myself, and after sending "Hey guys," I already got a DM linking to what looked like the Amazon of steroids. And when I asked what I should take, along with a photo of myself around 14. He told me I was too young. Okay, good. But he still
By the way, in a lot of countries like Russia, Bulgaria, they would put teenage kids on steroids regularly. Dmitry Klokov is an example of that. So Klokov was on steroids since he was a teenage kid, competing in Olympic weightlifting. So this guy achieved like some of the highest success in Olympic weightlifting that you can possibly have. He's not a midget. I don't know if he's quite 6 feet tall. He might be like around, 5'10" or 5'11", but I think his dad is about the same height. So questionable if steroids caused his growth to be stunted at all. And like, tell me if you can find any man who wouldn't want to look like this and be this strong. So, it is the reality that the younger you take steroids and the earlier you start sports, the more success you are likely to have. The Russians figured this out very early on, and a lot of other Olympic weightlifting teams have also figured that out. Like, it just is the fucking case. So if you're going to try to make some sort of argument for kids not using steroids, there has to be some sort of rational, logical fucking reason based off self-interest that you have to come up with. And all they're doing is saying, oh my God, 17? That's too young. That's crazy. Like, these people are genuinely fucking stupid. The people who make these videos are just concern trolling fucktards.
proceeds to give me a complete laundry list of instructions for using various substances, along with a photo of myself around 4 laundry list of instructions.
I gotta see some of these. Fuck me, dude. Like, why the fuck is he, one injection every 2.5 days, and something every 3 days? Why did he blur some of this out? I don't even know what he's saying here. Sudden dosage will disappear in 2 or 3 days because if you choose something, it will take 8 days to make them disappear. Sorry if I'm slow right now, I'm French. Like, what is he even talking about? Why did he even show this on screen when this message is completely and utterly incomprehensible? This is like the Epstein files, where you just have everything blacked out, and like you can't, like, you don't know what any of this shit is about. If you do something, you can inject once every 8 days, but if you decide to inject it every 4 days, your testosterone levels in your body will be much more stable. So they're talking about testosterone injection here, frequency. So that's not bad advice. To use testosterone, you will also need to buy... I'm assuming he's talking about extraction needle, injection needle, syringes, alcohol swabs, protections. Who knows? He might be talking about an aromatase inhibitor. And maybe desmodium too, if you have enough money. Desmodium is used at the end of a cycle in general. If your ALT, AST are still high, something. I don't know what desmodium is. So I think he's talking about a liver enzyme marker. They're not actually liver enzyme markers. Yeah, he's talking about liver enzymes. He spelt them wrong. And they're not actually liver enzyme markers. They're markers of muscle metabolism. A lot of people on steroids, even naturals who do really heavy, hard training, have elevated ALT, AST. If they're too high, it's a sign of hepatic damage. It's not. If you want to actually see if you have hepatic damage, you need your GGT tested. Okay, so he's saying it's a detoxifiant. Apparently this guy's French and he doesn't speak English. So he's saying this drug helps detoxify your liver. This is just coming from somebody who's ignorant. If there is a pro here, do not hesitate to correct me. Can always say a mistake, but I think I am right for the moment. Omega-3 will manage your bad and good cholesterol levels. That is fairly true. Aromatase inhibitor will allow you to slow down, stop the conversion of testosterone and estrogen. So that's not bad advice. You do want an aromatase inhibitor on hand when you first start taking tests, just in case. If you notice you're getting really crazy nipple sensitivity and especially sharp pains, that's a dead sign that the gland is actually growing. So this was stupid. This advice is okay. Like this advice, it's not necessarily bad or good. It's just stupid. Like nothing's going to happen if he actually follows this advice. Supplementing with omega-3s, that can increase your HDL, lower your LDL. So that's not bad. And yeah, you do want an aromatase inhibitor on hand.
Instructions for using various substances.
Something they make a great difference for muscle growth. Something expensive, so peptides are a good alternative. I think he's talking about growth hormone. They have various effects added to muscle growth, like increasing appetite. Yeah, so he's talking about growth hormone and secretagogues. Okay, what's the problem here?
Including tren.
Like the thing is, I wouldn't recommend a teenager take growth hormone because you're at an age where you're just naturally producing so much growth hormone. What's the point of taking it? Your growth hormone's already very high. So just wait until like maybe you're in your 30s to even bother taking growth hormone, because you're probably gonna have to take very high doses to actually get a benefit from it, because your body just naturally produces so much.
That escalated quickly. Alongside Star Wars sounding peptides and drugs, Shawmo
BPC 157 is totally safe. Anybody of any age can fucking take it. I don't know why he's... Same with TB 500. Really stupid that he mentioned this shit.
Sounding peptides and drugs. Sure, most of...
Yeah, dumbass. If you don't know what the drugs are, then why the fuck are you complaining about a teenager taking it? You don't even know if it's safe or not.
Virtually no long-term studies.
SARMs are stupid.
Especially with teenagers. But it's easy to see.
He didn't recommend any SARMs. This guy thinks BPC is a SARM?
How a teenager can feel like they've done their research. Especially when...
There's some mention of Anadrol. Substances that can make you leaner while making you gain more muscle. Anadrol, Superdrol, testosterone with a specific diet, Anavar, Trenbolone. I don't know where he got the idea with Anadrol, Superdrol. Testosterone, Anavar, and Trenbolone do improve nutrient partitioning. You can't take Anadrol or Superdrol for long enough to really get a fat-burning benefit from them. I think Trinabol injectable version exists. It's better, less toxic. It's not. I don't know where he got the idea that Trinabol is less toxic than Anavar. So this is some dumb advice. You need to dedicate your first cycle to find the perfect dosage for you. Increase dosage every 21 days. You don't just arbitrarily increase the dosage every 21 days. That's dumb advice. Starting with something per week. And if your body... Why did he blur out the milligram amounts that are being recommended? It's as if...
I'm 5 feet 6 inches. Is it still worth getting big?
Yes. I don't know why you'd want to be both short and weak. Thanks for the donation, Raymond. It's as if he's trying to blur out some of the like important information so that he has a better case of this being bad advice. But we can't actually determine whether or not some of this is bad advice if he literally blurs out the advice. It's like the Epstein files. If you blur out all the fucking evidence, it's like, well, what is there to fucking go on?
Especially when speaking to so.
One injection every 2.5 days, every 3 days, something, sudden surdosage. Surdosage. He's talking to somebody who doesn't speak English. Is this the same message that he showed before? Yeah, this is the same message he showed before. This video is just fucking lazy. I was 8 when I started gymnastics, quit when I was 14 after training every day with a Russian coach, and now I'm only 5'2". Gymnasts tend to be smaller. Average female height is 5'4". I don't know if gymnastics training stunted your growth. I know a lot of girls do get stunted growth from gymnastics training. One, because like if you're seriously training for gymnastics, like to make an Olympic team, the volume of training is so high that it can actually stunt growth in children. And on top of that, a lot of them are told to restrict their calories, and caloric restriction in children also causes stunted growth. So you're like 2 inches below, average height for a female. That's not, could be from gymnastics. I was doing gymnastics when I was very young. I think it was a Russian guy who was, or some European dude who was running the gymnastics program I was in. I hated doing it, and it's because the guy was fucking insane. He would make us do stretches at the beginning of, the gymnastics session, and he would literally force you into a deeper stretch. So he told you, like, okay, try to do the splits. And then you'd be doing the splits. You could only get down, like, maybe, a few inches from the bottom. He would literally come up from behind without warning and force you fucking down. And I swear, the amount of times I almost fucking tore my groin. I fucking hated that class. I remember telling my mom about that. I don't know if that's why she didn't make me go anymore, but that guy was actually fucking nuts. Like, I'm surprised he didn't get sued. Cat donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness. I need this for Gum Gum. Oh, that is so cute. I love cats. Thanks for the donation, Cat.
Called experts like this.
He showed the same text message again. So they didn't have any evidence against these people, and they lazily showed the same list of messages, and they flashed it on screen super fucking quickly and with important details blurred out so that you wouldn't be able to tell what the fuck's going on.
Yes. But often,
this is extraordinarily misleading.
These people are just teenagers themselves, trying to make some quick money or earn back the money they spent on PEDs. So the underage user becomes the supplier. Do you see the problem here? I got ID'd the other day for a white monster. It's easier to buy black market steroids.
Now, the problem with black market sources is unlike real labs, real drug companies, there's very little quality control.
And this can have grim consequences if you're buying from the wrong places.
33-year-old Australian bodybuilder who bought steroids from the black market. Unfortunately, this poor guy died of acute metal poisoning.
Apparently, the black market in Australia is pretty bad. I've seen some Australian bodybuilders talk about black market, steroids in Australia, and they say like 90% of everything's faked, and you have to make sure that you test all the batches that you buy. In Canada, the black market's pretty good, especially with there's the one source that I get from that's really good. And there is two backups that I have right now. The one backup's better than the other backup. But yeah, the black market steroids in Canada are pretty great.
Poisoning. It turns out that when they analyzed his steroid that he took, it had 33 times the safe level of arsenic. So this guy bought a black.
What steroids was the guy on? Wait. They literally... Helpful resources? Did they, video sources? Oh my god. Wow. WADA Anti-Doping Agency. Natural is enough. Yeah, tell that to all the gold medalist Olympic athletes. Fuck you. Oh my god. Dude, society just wants you to be a fucking loser. They just want weak, submissive dumbasses who do what they're fucking told so that you can stock Amazon warehouse shelves without unionizing. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, they just want you to be a fucking idiot. Okay, none of that has anything to do with references. Where's the case report that they were talking about? Okay, something on brain damage, disruption, physiological foundation, central nervous system, aggression circuits. Oh my god. Taylor Hooton, 17, steroids get smart about drugs. These people seem remarkably dishonest to me. Like, maybe this was an accident that they forgot to link it, but they literally showed a case report. They didn't present the title of the case report. Oh, wait, is that it? Underground, injectable, something. So you can't even read the full title. And then nowhere in their show notes do they actually link this. And then here's this gay fucking retarded shit. Taylor Hooton, 17, steroids. Didn't he kill himself? Yeah. His whole family confronted him about his unacceptable behavior. Taylor is grounded. After tearful apologies, Taylor begged his mother to lift his punishment, but she said no. Taylor went to his room and hanged himself. It was only after his death whole picture came into focus. I'm sorry. We're blaming this kid's death on fucking steroids? Like, so he literally hung himself, but steroids did it. Okay. Give me like, this is, I know of that story. That was memed on like crazy in the whole bodybuilding community. Let me see if I can find this case report. 35-year-old Australia died, steroid, arsenic. Oh my god. Underground injectable contained arsenic, killed bodybuilder. Is this even a case report, or is this just a random fucking article they found? This may literally just be some random article they found. I can't find... I literally can't find anything. Let me just... Chemical athletes who buy substances in ampules and vials on the black market run risk of their stuff being underdosed, not containing any active ingredients at... This sounds like an article. It's not even a case report. I'm just trying to find where the fuck they found... Okay, this isn't even a case report, so this is just pure garbage. They found some random article online that I can't even find, and it's not even a medical case report, so who the fuck knows if this is even remotely true.
Black market steroid that basically contained arsenic, yet no active steroid, and it killed him.
All of this sounds...
So they're telling you steroids are harmful, and then they find a random article that is not in a medical journal saying that this guy died from not taking steroids and instead he was injecting some oily substance that contained arsenic. That's their argument to not use steroids? Okay, so assuming you're able to find a good black market source, they would have no argument against taking steroids. Like, this is fucking retarded. JP donate tellers kitties. Let me see. Oh.
Hey! Stop! Stop right there! No, don't come in here! Cat, stop!
I would let them all in.
Hey! Stop that!
I couldn't get upset if a cat was doing that. Kitty got angry. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Pretty unsettling. Besides, steroids are illegal in most countries, and the idea of buying from some random dealer or Telegram channel is enough to make most teenagers hesitate.
Ooh, steroids are illegal. Ooh, I don't want to be a bad boy and do things that I'm not supposed to do. Let's see, what's the government approved drug list? Oh, I can take alcohol and destroy my fucking liver and kidneys and cause brain damage. I can smoke cigarettes and destroy my fucking heart and lungs and give myself cancer. Oh, I can eat all the junk food I want, Skittles, McDonald's. The government's okay with that. So I guess I'll just stick to that. I'll drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes, and eat McDonald's because that's what the fucking government wants me to do. Steroids are illegal. That means they're bad for you. And the government has the best interest, my best interest in mind. So I'm going to be a good boy and not do steroids and just smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol, and eat McDonald's. Fucking faggot.
But what if there was a legal loophole? SARMs, a compound similar to anabolic steroids, but because they're still quite new, they don't have similar regulations yet.
SARMs are not similar to anabolic steroids. What the fuck is he talking about? They're completely different molecularly. This guy's a retard.
Manufacturers have found a way to exploit this.
So the top thing is not for human consumption.
This label allows companies to sell these substances legally, whether that's in gym vending machines or online. It means they can avoid pharma-grade drug standards and legally protects the company if you were to die.
Not for human consumption, but we'll send it to 22-year-olds so that they can make fucking edits about their use.
What was once a black market has shifted into a legal grey area, and influencers are cashing in.
The thing is, though, they're not side effect free whatsoever.
They actually do have basically the same side effects as steroids. Really?
Yet, there's no shortage of influencers selling these drugs with affiliate codes, earning a cut on every sale, or just getting overexcited about them. But where are teenage suppliers?
These people are remarkably ignorant about literally everything they're talking about.
Actually getting these compounds from, and should they be as confident in them as they seem? To find out, it's worth tracing the source of their supply, and it turns out it's often a far cry from the pristine labs they show in marketing photos. And it's a good reminder of how exposed people really are online, which makes today's sponsor, Incogni, pretty relevant. I don't like being spied on, not because I'm doing it to keep making these videos. This is Renvex, a steroid lab once rated amongst the top 3 in the world on online forums. But don't let the premium scientific branding fool you. Behind it was a family operation. Macaulay Dodd started taking steroids at 14 after noticing their growing
The government spends millions to make you quit smoking and eat less fast food. Right. That's why they give subsidies to fast food producers so they can sell their food as cheap as possible. And again, if they had an interest in getting you to quit smoking, why not ban smoking like they ban steroids? So it's a fucking joke. The government's just fucking retarded. They also full on allow the sale of alcohol. And in Canada, actually, the government controls the whole alcohol market. They get money from alcohol sales. So, yeah, it's a joke. The government of Canada is literally, they own the fucking alcohol business, sort of like how Russia, it's a similar system in Russia. So they actually get direct money, not even through taxes. They earn directly from alcohol sales. And do you think they're ever going to fucking ban alcohol? No, of course not. There's alcohol commercials on fucking TV and all over the place all the fucking time. So the government doesn't give a shit about your fucking health. That's not why steroids are banned. Steroids are banned because of political fucking reasons, has to do with the Olympics. It's not because these are dangerous drugs that nobody should ever do.
Popularity. His father purchased a remote farmhouse in Wales, and alongside him, they began cooking up steroids, as you do.
It's just made in my shed.
Raw materials were shipped over from Chinese suppliers in sweet packets to evade border control. Even producers admit the conditions are often far from sterile.
Well, I've seen some very dirty conditions. You know, smoking cigarettes over it. The ash is dropping in, it's not getting filtered. Every time you take this shit, you're risking your fucking life.
By underground standards, and before it went wrong, Renvex was considered one of the better ones. After all, they were making the steroids and then selling them to other smaller dealers, so their reputation was important. But underground labs are fragile. If customs seize a shipment, a batch goes wrong, or the police get involved, the operation can disappear overnight. Some labs simply rebrand and relaunch, others vanish completely, leaving thousands scrambling for a new source. And make no mistake.
So what you're saying is the police shouldn't bust these dealers so that better producers can be on the market.
When dealing with steroid labs as an unexperienced teenager, there's some very real contamination risks.
No fucking teenage boy anywhere in this fucking world needs to be taking anabolic steroids unless they've got a real medical issue.
There's a lot that can go wrong.
And we know all about that. Dude, doctors gatekeep testosterone replacement therapy like you can't fucking believe. You can be androgen deficient and have every fucking symptom, and you can go to doctor after doctor after doctor, and they just won't prescribe you. And it's just because there's this cultural stigma against masculinity, testosterone is evil, it's going to kill you, it's horrible for you, why would you ever want more muscle? And, you know, it's fucking stupid. And even women have to deal with this shit when they go through menopause. The amount of doctors that will tell you not to go on HRT if you're a woman on menopause is fucking retarded. And all the evidence shows that women who are on HRT for menopause live longer, they have better quality of better life quality, they're at low risk of osteoporosis, cancer, everything. They still won't give it to you. So is it a surprise that a black market exists?
Wrong, before the product even reaches the user.
But it doesn't concern you that people might take something you've made and it could damage their body or potentially kill them?
It doesn't bother me, no.
But even when the product is legit, teenage steroid use comes with very real side effects, the kind that influencers avoid talking about because they're uncomfortable and not good for business.
Bro! My nipples are literally lactating.
If you started lactating at the nips, would you film yourself and put it on TikTok? Probably not. It's one of the rarer side effects of steroid use, but one of...
Oh my God. These people are fucking retards, and again, they have no idea what they're talking about because they're pencil neck fucking idiots who have never done steroids themselves, and this is just concern trolling. They have absolutely no interest whatsoever in this topic. And you know that because they wouldn't say something so fucking stupid. So these fucking images they shown of like dudes lactating, that's from taking 19 Nors, so nandrolone. It's not from taking testosterone. I've never seen anybody have lactating nipples from taking testosterone. That's a 19 Nor specific issue. And a lot of people get it, especially when they combine nandrolone with testosterone. So this isn't a steroid problem. This is a problem with certain fucking compounds. If you knew what you were fucking talking about, you would have mentioned that. But you don't know what you're talking about, you have no fucking interest in the subject, and you just made a clickbait video to fucking concern troll.
Probably not. It's one of the rarer side effects of steroid use, but one of those that most people would keep to themselves. There are many side effects.
And by the way, the Trend Twins talked about this on the Cutler cast, the Jay Cutler's podcast. One of the Trend Twins had lactating nipples, and he mentioned specifically it was from taking nandrolone.
That teenagers need to worry about a lot more than adults.
It's not necessarily that your body can't tolerate the drugs as a, guy who's 15, like you have fresh kidneys, fresh heart, fresh everything. It's more so the developing things that haven't reached maturation that might be stunted.
Some kinds of steroids close your growth plates early. That means they'll prevent you from reaching an adult height.
Think of these steroids.
So again, this is just based off of biological plausibility. It's not based off of any randomized trials. I don't know of any randomized trials where they prescribe testosterone to 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old kids and then measured their growth velocities and found that the testosterone group didn't grow the same. This is just based on biological plausibility. So yeah, there's biological plausibility that steroids that aromatize can stunt your growth. But again, you can find plenty of examples of dudes who've taken steroids that do aromatize in their teens, reaching bigger than average adult heights. Larry Wheels started taking steroids when he was 17. He's over 6 foot. Arnold Schwarzenegger was taking Dianabol when he was fucking 15. He's 6'2". Who else? I mentioned one other guy. I think Lou Ferrigno, same thing. He started in his teens, and he got up to 6'5". So clavicular. He's 6'2". He started when he was 16, and that was testosterone. We know exactly what he was taking. So it may be related to dose and the extent to which you aromatize. If you're only taking 200 milligrams or 300 milligrams of test a week when you're a teenager, it might not actually do anything. You might grow normally. But if you're taking like a gram of testosterone a week, yeah, that might stunt your growth. And on top of that, like what's hilarious that they're not mentioning, they're using this generic term steroid. They're not even mentioning compounds that specifically aromatize. Anavar was used to treat stunted growth in children. Oxandrolone in constitutionally delayed growth, longitude study up to final height. So 27 prepubertal boys and 9 prepubertal girls with constitutionally delayed growth were treated with anabolic steroid oxandrolone for 12 months and followed until they reached final height. 16 boys were treated with a mean dose of 0.12 milligrams per kilogram per day, and 11 boys with a mean dose of 0.22 milligrams per kilogram per day. Girls were treated with a mean dose of 0.1 milligram per kilogram. 13 boys, 9 girls served as controls. On oxandrolone, the mean height velocity increased from 4.0 to 8.6 in boys, low dose, from 4.3 to 8.9 boys, high dose, and from 4.3 to 8.3 centimeters per year girls. The immediate post-treatment height velocity was significantly higher than the pre-treatment height velocity, regardless of whether the patients had entered puberty. On oxandrolone, the mean ratios of change in bone age, change in chronological age were 2.0, low dose, 2.3, high dose, and 2 year per year girls, and continued to be accelerated during 6 months after treatment. Height predictions at the onset of treatment and after 6 months off treatment were calculated by 3 different methods, blah, blah, blah. In the boys, no significant change in height predictions are noted, and girls' height predictions remained unchanged by, I don't know what the thing here is. Oh, the different height calculations. But decreased significantly by Tanner stage 2. The difference between final height and initial height prediction was taken as a measure of the influence of the treatment in adult height. In all 3 treatment groups, the difference between final height and initial height prediction calculated with all 3 methods did not differ from the control group. We conclude oxandrolone treatment for 1 year has no effect on adult height. So it increased height velocity pre-puberty during treatment, but it turned out over the long run, post-treatment, it didn't actually affect adult height. So there are, in fact, steroids that were used to treat delayed growth. And during treatment, it seemed to have a positive effect. But years after post-treatment, after the treatment stopped after a year, it didn't actually influence height. And then they're just saying generically, like all steroids, regardless of whether they aromatize or not, delay growth. That's just not true. And again, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Steroids like a fast forward button. They can speed up your initial growth, but this growth will usually stop earlier, leaving you shorter than you would have been without them.
Nope. Everything you're saying is ignorant nonsense because you have no actual interest or concern over this topic, and you made this video for clickbait for your shitty fucking YouTube channel.
And if you start taking it when you're 16, you're probably going to be a shorter king than you ended up with your genetics.
But this fast-paced growth.
By the way, Mike Israetel is like 5'4". As far as I understand, he didn't start taking steroids until adulthood, when he stopped growing. So he was like in his 20s when he decided to go on steroids. So yeah, the guy who didn't use steroids as a teenager got to 5'4". Go figure.
But this fast-paced growth.
But Clavicular, who used steroids in his teens, he's 6'2". Larry Wheels, he's like 6'1" or 6'2". It's just
doesn't only affect growth plates. Have you ever noticed how many of the gym horror injuries involve enhanced lifters?
Here we go, more nonsense. So he's saying steroids increase risk of injury. This guy's incline pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 495. Show me a natural lifter who's trying to incline press 495 and then see if they get injured. So, no shit. Dudes who are on steroids are going to have a higher risk of injury because they're just fucking lifting more. Chances are they're more serious about lifting, they're more likely to be competitive athletes, and they're going to push themselves harder with heavier weights, and thus you're going to see more fucking injuries. That's the main factor that determines injury risk when lifting. Absolute fucking loads. If the absolute loads are higher, you're going to see higher injury risk. I didn't start getting injuries on like my chest until I started benching in the 300s. Before then, I could do whatever, not have to worry about anything. But then after I started benching in the 300 plus pound range, I would occasionally get strains in my pectoral tendons. And when I tried to go for the 405 bench, this is when I was natural, by the way, I had to be so fucking careful not to fucking tear a pec. I had to be super careful with how I lowered the weight, making sure that the bar doesn't tip in either direction, bar path, because if I didn't and I lost concentration for even half a second, the bar could tip or I could misgroove or something, and then I'd strain a pec. And when I did finally bench 410, I was lucky to have like walked away from that. I had really bad pec strains in both pecs when I attempted that lift. That was when I was natural. Guess why? It's because it's a lot of fucking heavy weight. So yeah, if you're not a fucking pencil neck twink like you, and you're lifting heavy weight, you're going to be at higher risk of fucking injury. Is that a surprise? If you're lifting like little stupid gay baby weights like you, where you can barely bench 225, no shit, you're not going to have to worry about injury. But if you're like me, who's actually serious about fucking training and lifting, natural or not, you're going to be at higher risk of fucking injury because you're actually lifting hard.
That's likely not a coincidence. Steroids make...
This guy's a fucktard. Like, imagine using that as an example. You're a fucking idiot.
Muscle stronger, faster than tendons can adapt.
So first of all, this idea that steroids cause your muscles to get stronger faster than your tendons can adapt, that's bro science. That's not actually based on anything. It makes logical sense. Like, yeah, steroids make your muscles grow really quickly. And if you have massive weight jumps in the gym, you do notice this. Like, if somebody adds 50 pounds to their bench in a week, you do see, like, anecdotally, more people getting injured. There's no actual science or research on this. And what we do know, tendons actually adapt faster than muscle tissue. What the problem is, the amount of training volume required to cause muscular adaptation is far more than is required to cause tendon remodeling. Tendons remodel extremely quickly. They do require high loads. Generally, tendon remodeling doesn't happen until you're lifting with roughly 80% of a 1 rep max. But they only require like 1 or 2 sets to actually trigger that remodeling. Now, muscles, on the other hand, you may require, something like 10 sets in a given session to actually cause a muscular adaptation. So when your tendons only need 2 sets to cause to cause tendon remodeling, but your muscles require 10 sets to cause muscular remodeling, what ends up happening is your tendons just end up getting a severe amount of damage. And over time, basically from session to session, all your tendons are really doing are recovering from the previous damage, and they're not actually remodeling in an advantageous way that makes them stronger. And then you end up getting tendinopathy, where those protein strands that go through your tendon, they end up getting tangled and twisted. and your tendons end up becoming more brittle, and then eventually they snap and you have a complete avulsion. That's why it's always a good idea to have just deloads every once in a while, where at least like a week, you take a week off training every like couple months to give your like connective tissue a break, to allow your tendons to actually fully recover, get a chance to properly remodel. And there are some people who even take longer times off. They might take 2 weeks off every like 3-4 months, just to make sure. You see a lot of high level competitors where after they're done with their competitive season, they might take like 2 or 3 months off. So like, again, this is bro science. It makes logical sense. It's possible this kind of happens, but no, in all likelihood, what's happening is you're dealing with people who are taking steroids, doing extremely high volumes of training, and they're not giving their connective tissue a chance to just rest, recover, and adapt properly. And then because they're doing this successive damage over a long period of time, when they finally lift a really heavy weight and something goes wrong, they end up like snapping their shit.
While also stiffening connective tissue by disrupting collagen balance. This is why things can be more likely to snap. And for teenagers whose tendons are still developing, the risk is even higher. But what about the more likely?
Okay, so tell me why all the most successful Olympic lifters, or almost all of them, they started taking steroids when they're in their fucking teens.
Side effects.
Do you suffer with this?
Hey yo, let's talk about gyno real quick.
Gynecomastia refers to the increase of breast tissue in men, or what's jokingly called
Gyno, the lady nip.
Well, might be a funny name.
Again, this is from Nandrolone. I know Togi also takes Anadrol. Anadrol can also trigger gyno, but like you usually see this from Nandrolone. So if somebody's combining testosterone and Nandrolone, that's where you see gyno. Almost every single fucking case of gyno that you see on a bodybuilder, it's from them combining testosterone and Nandrolone. Or they're just taking such ridiculously high doses that even if they keep their estrogen under control, just weird shit happens. So if you're taking like 2 grams of gear, who the fuck knows what your body's going to do? But almost all cases of gyno like this, it's from running test and Nandrolone.
It's not a very fun problem. Gyno is caused by an imbalance between estrogen and testosterone.
No, it's not just caused by an imbalance of estrogen and testosterone. It's testosterone affects it, dihydrotestosterone affects it, estrogen affects it, progestin affects it, and growth hormone affects it. There's a number of different hormones that are involved with the development of gyno. It's, again, he doesn't care about this topic. He just did a quick Google search, looked on some basic bitch stupid fucking website, and just found this little thing, and he has no idea what he's talking about.
And while it can occur naturally, it's far more common and severe with PED abuse.
Girls like gorillas, so I had to become one. And gorillas have gyno, bro!
But gyno is only the beginning.
It is extraordinarily rare for you to ever see anybody develop gyno like that from just taking testosterone, because it's so easy to manage. All you have to do is take an AI when you feel your nipples getting sensitive, and like even if you don't have that sensitivity as like a marker, you can just get blood work and see where your estrogen levels are at and just keep them in range. This is from taking testosterone and Nandrolone in 99% of cases. There's still some idiots who might do Dianabol along with testosterone. Sometimes you see idiots who get gyno from that because Dianabol aromatizes into methyl estrogen, which is way more potent than normal estrogen. But yeah, like again, he's not mentioning any of this because he has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
Steroids.
This is this is what you get from concern trolling fucktards who are like, don't take steroids, it'll cause gyno. Don't do marijuana, it'll make you go crazy and kill your friends.
Dramatically increase oil production, making acne a common consequence.
Oh my god. Like, you have no idea what these fucking kids are doing. No fucking idea. You don't know what doses they're taking, what compounds, and it's like, oh, this is common. Having a back filled with acne. I have had no acne from doing steroids, and the highest doses I've done so far is 550 milligrams total. 350 test, 200 boldenone, no acne. Right now I'm on 267 test, no acne. This isn't normal. This is what you see from somebody who's extremely prone to acne and is taking way too much of whatever anabolic drug they're on. This is not a normal, side effect.
Irreversible back acne scars that he's going to have to live with for the rest of his life.
As a teenager, Dave was massively into the gym. The guy looked sick, but then he made the decision to jump on anabolics, and it didn't go to plan. What Dave didn't know is his body would react very badly to these substances. His entire body started breaking out.
Genuinely, the best way I can describe it.
Maybe don't do steroids in those doses, and even if you really, really wanted to still, go on Accutane?
It's like being tortured, like 24 hours a day for months.
In teenagers, severe acne isn't just cosmetic. It's strongly linked to depression, low self-esteem.
I had acne when I was a teenager, and then when I became an adult, I grew out of it. And again, when I did steroids, no acne whatsoever.
And poor body.
I have a feeling that some of my acne was actually related to my diet, like consuming dairy. I'm pretty sure that was a trigger for it. Because I remember after going vegan, my skin cleared up a little bit, even though I didn't really get acne so much anymore.
And steroids don't only cause unwanted growth, but shrinkage too.
Especially when you're getting into the realm of, like even your development.
They can shut down the production of testosterone that your body makes. And as a result, your natural hormones crash.
And my balls
Okay, that's why you keep taking testosterone.
have shrunk 20 to 30%.
Which can lead to infertility and a dependence on these drugs for the rest.
So, first of all, who cares about infertility? Why do you think gay people make more money? It's because they can't have fucking kids. And they're men, so they'll actually work with their free time. So gay people make more money because, yes, they are technically infertile. You can't get a butt pregnant, or your own butt can't get pregnant. Neither can your mouth or your face. Wherever you fucking jizz on a dude, none of that's going to get pregnant. So, oh no, teenage kids are going to be more productive and be able to save their money and be wealthier. Oh, what will happen to society? Secondly, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever testosterone over the long term actually causes infertility. There's no statistical way to actually demonstrate that taking steroids causes infertility. These are very rare exceptional circumstances that you just hear about occasionally, where some random open bodybuilder will try to have a kid with their spouse, their partner. And then even after coming off steroids and doing HCG, monotherapy and stuff, they're still not producing any sperm. You'll find case reports like that, but you'll also find case reports of normal fucking people being infertile. I think fertility issues affect about 10% of men and women. So, it's a fairly common issue for non-steroid users. So when you run the statistics, you can't actually find any evidence that long-term steroids cause infertility. You'll only find anecdotes, and there's a good chance the reason why these anecdotes exist is because they had fertility problems to begin with. They were just prone to it.
Rest of your life. But that's not all.
It's colloquially termed DECA, is erectile dysfunction.
Steroids can either skyrocket or completely destroy sex drive. Some will lose all libido, while others
when somebody says something like this, like, it is just so obvious they're trying to emotionally manipulate you. You know what can also crash your fucking libido? Stress. So don't go to work. It could crash your libido. If you're stressed out at work, you may not have sex drive to fuck your girlfriend. So don't go to work. Don't go to school. The stress from school can give you erectile dysfunction and crash your sex drive. I mean, it's just so silly to mention something like this. Yeah, certain anabolic steroids can hurt your sex drive or cause sexual dysfunction while you're fucking taking them. Your main concern when taking these drugs probably isn't to be a porn star. It's to build muscle or be better at your sport. So why the fuck even mention something like this? Like, it's just so silly and fucking stupid. Like, dude, there are natural athletes that compete at a high level, and due to the ridiculous amount of fucking training volume they have to do, they don't have a sex drive. You see that often with gymnasts, with swimmers, the amount of training volume they have to do and the amount of stress they're under for their sport. Oftentimes, while they're competing in season, they have no sex drive and they have issues maintaining relationships. Like, but their main concern isn't, their relationship or fucking their girlfriend or jizzing all over her face or something. It's getting better at the sport. So what point are you making here?
Experience the complete opposite.
They will have insatiable libidos, which is a pretty typical outcome, but often this leads to a diversion in sexual appetite through increasing escalation of like intense and extreme pornography to achieve that dopamine hit. It's pretty wild.
They're not claiming that teenage steroid use will turn you into a sexually deviant hobbit with tiny balls and a lactation issue. But side effects are far harder to navigate as a teenager, and we still haven't touched on the deadliest one.
The best argument you could make, like if you're going over this topic, is if you're a teenager and you don't have much money, navigating some of these problems, if you need certain ancillary drugs or therapies and you don't have the money for it, then you're kind of fucked. So it's another reason why you're better off just using them when you're an adult and you have a job and you make your own money and shit, because if you run into any problems, well, you have the money and resources to actually deal with it. But some of the shit they're mentioning is just so fucking silly. Like, if you're going to take fucking nandrolone and you're worried about getting erectile dysfunction, like, what are you doing? You're doing nandrolone to increase physical performance, like build muscle, get stronger. You're not doing nandrolone because you're expecting to do a fucking porn scene and you need to fuck for like 4 hours on camera.
They can have on the heart. Just like other muscles, the heart grows, which can lead to heart attacks or cardiac arrest. There's been cases where teenagers...
So the primary risk factor for maladaptive cardiomyopathy is going to be high blood pressure, which is very easily managed. If you're on steroids, the most sensible blood pressure med to be on would be an ARB, because of how steroids affect the angiotensin-aldosterone system. So, go on an ARB if you do have elevated blood pressure. You can also just lose weight, so maintaining a lower body fat percentage, keeping your sodium under control, not eating like potato chips every day, and doing daily cardio. I have not had blood pressure issues because I do all those things. I take a angiotensin receptor blocker. I do daily cardio. I keep my body fat percentage relatively lean, and I've never had my blood pressure elevate. The only other modifiable risk factor would just be smoking, which if you're smoking cigarettes, like, I don't know what you're fucking doing. Other than that, it's just genetic. Some people just have more, what is it called? Their heart muscle is just more prone to hypertrophy from exercise. The most common cause of death in teenage and collegiate athletes is maladaptive cardiomyopathy or left ventricular hypertrophy. And that's not from steroid use. That's just from physical activity. So there's some people who are just genetically prone to it. Ian Valaire, he commented on one of my Instagram posts about this. He's done massive fucking doses of steroids, like over 2 grams per week for well over a decade. He's never had maladaptive cardiomyopathy. Dorian Yates, who is 5 or 6 time Mr. Olympia, massive bodybuilder, he did not have maladaptive cardiomyopathy. There's plenty of massive bodybuilders doing ridiculously high doses of steroids. No LVH, no maladaptive cardiomyopathy. So it's genetic. And again, you can maybe see if it runs in your family. If you have family members who've ever had it, then maybe that's something you want to just keep an eye on, whether you're on steroids or not, because again, it's primarily genetic. And you can just get cardiac ultrasounds to see, what is it? You can get echocardiograms too. That can also detect LVH. These are things that are very easy to deal with, and he's just like acting like, oh, if you take any fucking steroid at all, your heart's gonna enlarge and you're gonna die. Like, it's stupid.
Teenagers have died before making it into adulthood, but generally, the longer
7-foot teenage bodybuilder who wanted to be Dwayne The Rock Johnson died after a workout. Do we even know if this kid was on steroids? So, one thing that stands out to me here is he's 7 feet tall. The taller you are, actually, the more likely you are to get LVH. Let's see if we can find this article. Hit 210 kilogram PB deadlift, blah, blah, blah. 7 foot tall teenage bodybuilder who wanted to be the new Dan Electron died instantly when an artery burst in his chest after a workout. He had an aortic dissection. Completed intense exercise session twice a day and used steroids to bulk up. Teenager was 7 foot 2 inches, 19 stone, died instantly when he collapsed outside a supermarket. Use of steroids contributed to his enlarged heart, which was 50% bigger than average. Well, he was 7 foot 2 inches. Who the fuck knows if it was related to steroids? He was like, it's hard to believe that a 19-year-old, like, by the way, when they say 50% bigger than average, athletes have larger hearts. My heart would be bigger than an average person's heart. Let me see what the stats are. Athlete's heart versus normal. I don't know. An athlete's heart is healthy, normal adaptation to intense exercise, characterized by larger, stronger heart muscles, blah, blah, blah. What is the average difference in size? Differential diagnosis between athlete's heart and cardiomyopathies, pathological differences, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so you can get an echocardiogram. I've gotten an echo done and it was normal. I didn't have any like signs of LVH. Structural functional adaptation. I just want to see what the size difference is generally. I don't know if AI can tell me. Athlete's heart exhibits structural adaptations to chronic exercise. Key differences include about 10% increase in left ventricular diameter, 15 to 20% greater wall thickness, and up to 45 to 48% higher overall left ventricular mass. So, total heart mass, calculated left ventricular mass is significantly larger, often nearly 50% greater than in non-athletes. So, by the way, like, this is the problem with relying on a random fucking news article and not an actual, you know, case report from a medical journal. Apparently, that's normal. Athletes normally have a heart that's 50% bigger. So he probably didn't have LVH or maladaptive cardiomyopathy. He in all likelihood, this was something else, and the steroids had nothing to do with this, because you would typically see somebody who's an athlete have a 50% bigger heart. So, like, this is just fucking ridiculous. So yeah, great job. You found a random fucking article written by a fucking dumb jackass who didn't do any research. We just did a quick Google search and we found this out, that, like, this brings into question whether steroids had anything to fucking do with this. So he had some sort of aortic dissection for whatever fucking reason. They said his heart was 50% bigger, which doesn't have anything, as far as I understand, nothing to do with an aortic dissection. But that's what you'd expect from an athlete. And from what I can see from whatever the fuck's written in this article, it doesn't seem like they actually determined that he had maladaptive cardiomyopathy. So they cherry-picked an article, not a medical case report from a fucking journal, and they're just making up stupid fucking assumptions. And again, this kid was 7 foot 2 inches fucking tall. You, especially somebody that height, you would expect them to have an enlarged heart.
Experience will be a big deal in the primaries. I be live because Trump would have completely ruined the economy and state of the government and country by then, and even for far left people I have to admit Newsom is better positioned regarding that than AOC or someone.
They're ideological, dude. They don't care. They don't want any establishment Democrats. They're literal communists, so they'll never support somebody like Gavin Newsom. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Eyes Little Need Chillers, have you ever watched my video on you, bud? Vegan gains human growth hormone for the soul. I'm sure this will just be great. Thanks for the donation, Isel. We'll watch that in a bit. Want to finish
I
this
think
video
something
first.
that will play into Gavin Newsom's candidacy for president very well in the 2028 Democratic primaries is that he would have the most experience governing out of any candidate as the governor of the biggest state, and that will be important.
Yeah, California is broke as fuck. Nobody can afford rent. They can't build any more fucking properties to lower the cost of living. They're overrun with homelessness and crime. And they have some of the most stupid cucked gun laws in the entire state, and they prosecute legal gun owners for defending themselves against criminals. I don't see him having an easy time in the primary. Like, well, in the primaries, sure. In the actual federal election, I don't think he's going to have an easy time. That's not just going to be him, you know, collecting the presidency. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The use, the greater the risks. I just couldn't understand how teenagers, who simply haven't had the time to understand the biological complexity of what they're shooting up, could have these side effects, only to inject the same stuff causing them the next day. Then I spent some more time in the chats, and realized that
it's all about the fucking gains, dude. Not everybody wants to be a fucking pencil neck. Like, I mean, look at this guy. It's just a joke. What does this fucking dipshit even do? Josh Brett? Oh my god. Does he have any fucking workout videos? This is hilarious. You gotta love people with fucking fitness channels who literally, like, never work out. I'm just trying to find, like, the most recent video where he even shows any training. The only from 2 years ago. So this guy has only been training, like, since COVID lockdown. And he's one of these, like, natty simps. Can you imagine trying to convince somebody to stay natural when looking like this and lifting nothing? The guy has, I can guarantee you, this guy has never even done a 3-plate bench. And he's trying to convince people who are younger than him to stay natural, who are bigger and stronger than him. Like, it's a complete joke. Again, it's just concern trolling retardation. I literally know people who've never done any weight training, and they just do, like, push-ups and pull-ups at home. And they have more gains than this guy. I was bigger than this guy in fucking high school. And then he's trying to fucking convince teenagers who are twice his size not to do steroids. He can't possibly think anybody would take this fucking idiot seriously. Like, again, this is just concern trolling fucktardation. He just shat out one of the, like, dumbest, most ignorant fucking YouTube videos you could fucking imagine. Feel bad for his fucking cat having to be around such a fucking weak-ass beta male. Oh, I can't stand anybody. Literally can't stand anybody. Dodo, $22. Well, those are all valid questions he will have to answer to all, though, to be fair, I don't know how much of that is his fault or if he can do something about all of it, especially given the state legislator is so far left and Mayor of LA is literal communist. Oh, he could do a lot more than he fucking is. Dude, he's the guy who said they should repeal the Second Amendment. He literally wanted to get rid of the Second Amendment from the Constitution. So all this bullshit about soft on crime, like do whatever you can to fuck over gun owners, that's coming from him. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Spam. 777 Richard Tillion 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 spam.
All right, well, thank you for that, Killing Titan.
The mental side effects of stopping can be even worse than the physical. We first noticed this problem in the group chat. A teenager sent a message after his parents had found his steroid stash and thrown it away. No post-cycle therapy, he was to quit cold turkey. Without PCT, testosterone can remain dangerously low, bringing severe
PCT doesn't do anything. Like, again, this guy is just an idiot.
Fatigue, depression, and mental health crashes. The 16-year-old lashes out. He called his parents retards and threatened to scare them, because in his mind, they think that a dead son is better than one without steroids.
Factually untrue. There's no record of Newsom outright saying something like we should repeal the Second Amendment in mainstream, verifiable sources. Claims saying he did are from fringe or ideologically driven sites without supporting transcripts/video.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is proposing a 28th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution to implement nationwide gun control, not to repeal the Second Amendment. It's to repeal the Second Amendment. His proposal aims to enshrine restrictions such as universal background checks, there already are, raising the purchase age to 21. Okay, well, I guess if you're 18, you're just gonna have to get raped and murdered if you live on your own. And banning assault weapons. There's no such thing as assault weapons. So he wants to create a 28th Amendment that basically destroys the Second Amendment. And they can add whatever the fuck they want or interpret the 28th Amendment however they want, and you're just screwed. So no, he does want to repeal the Second Amendment. So the 28th Amendment idea, if he's saying bans assault weapons, well, an assault weapon is literally anything. It's a political terminology. There's no class of weapon called assault weapon. So that could be any handgun, that could be any rifle, that could be any shotgun, that could be literally anything. So, and again, it's entirely up to how the 28th Amendment would be interpreted, right? So that could effectively ban every single firearm because an assault weapon could be defined as literally anything. So that would just give the government complete and utter ability to completely ban firearms ownership. So he does want to repeal the Second Amendment. This guy's a cocksucker. I fucking hate him. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
This guy is fucking nuts.
Oh yeah, him, 700 by 2. I don't know how you don't snap your shit up benching that. That is fucking crazy. He's got to be the strongest guy I've ever seen at his body weight. It's pretty insane. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
You don't need to cope. His 28th Amendment idea is a bit silly and unserious. You repeated Russian propaganda that Newsom claimed he wants to repeal the Second Amendment. That was the claim you made. That was entirely untrue. Glad we settled that.
Yes, on a technicality, he doesn't want to repeal the Second Amendment, but effectively he does, in fact, want to repeal the Second Amendment. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
This isn't hypothetical. It's perhaps similar for how it ended for Taylor Hooton. He started taking steroids at 17, an attempt to...
I can guarantee you will find far more teen suicides related to alcohol, weed, cocaine, crystal meth, party drugs than you will from steroids. I would bet my fucking life on it. This is just some retarded horse shit.
To make the varsity baseball team, but after experiencing some of the many common side effects of steroids, his family found out about his use and he was made to quit. Instead of making the team, Taylor was grounded. He went to his room and it was the last time anyone saw him alive.
Well, if his parents let him have his fucking steroids and didn't ground him, maybe he wouldn't have fucking killed himself. So was it the steroids' fault or was it his dumb bitch parents' fault?
Withdrawals were suspected to have played a role. The last few years have seen a sharp rise in teen mental health issues. In 2025, 1 in 7.
Yeah, we're seeing an increase in teen mental health issues because of social media, not because of steroids, dumbass.
Aged 10 to 19 experienced...
by the way, it's almost entirely women. You can look at the stats. Teen mental health, boys, girls. So there's just some stupid random fucking article, but... U.S. teens with major depression. you can see massive increase in girls, fairly modest increase in boys. And U.S. undergraduates diagnosed with mental illness. And
KVG, have you ever played Slay the Spire? Very fun and addictive deck building game.
No, I don't play card games. Thanks for the donation, E-Nation. This doesn't differentiate between girls, boys. So I guess girls are the ones taking all the steroids, right? Because they always had higher rates of mental illness, and they've had a higher increase in mental illness compared to boys. So I guess girls are the ones doing all the steroids, right? Like, this is fucked-hearted. This is effective social media and just, like, bad parenting and shit. Fucking idiot.
I know you don't have kids or want them. But if someone told me this was your son, I would fucking believe them.
Come right here.
Dude. Why do they all have a fucking smoke detector that beeps?
No! Is it? Does it look in?
Yeah, I'd believe him too. Thanks for that donation, Killing Titan.
Your type of video.
Tell him to lay down.
Go, lay down. Lay down. Lay
Pull
down.
straight down. Boop.
Please bite that child.
Straight down, Kason.
Straight down, Kason. Kason, straight down.
Yes, put your face right next to the dog's mouth and be as annoying as possible.
You're pulling
Straight down.
Lay down.
What are you doing? Oh!
Dude, everyone who owns a pit bull, I swear, they're the most, like, stupid, degenerate fucktards. Like this is actually being studied, by the way. People who own pit bulls, they tend to be, like, white trash. Like, you know, fucking alcoholics. They have, you know, greater history of criminality, low income. Like, holy fuck. Imagine being, like, this fucking stupid. Oh, we've got little kids. Let's get a fucking pit bull and then teach our kid to be as annoying as possible around the fucking dog. Like, and then the pit bull's to blame. You literally see the fucking video where they've trained their son to be an annoying fuckwit around the dog. And then the dog attacks him, and then guess what? The dog's to blame. Fucking hate those people. They should all be fucking euthanized. Like, that's why we need fucking eugenics. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
It's a mental disorder. Depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and behavioral issues are now so widespread, it's called the youth mental health crisis.
Let's see, depression, anxiety, eating disorder, behavioral issue. Oh, you mean like every teenage girl? Let's ban teenage girls then. Let's force every teenage girl to gender transition, because you literally described every single fucking teenage girl problem. They all have depression, they all have anxiety, they all have eating disorders, they all have behavioral issues. So yeah, teen boys on steroids are the problem, even though you literally described every fucking teenage girl.
Now add anabolic steroids to that mix. Steroids don't just affect muscles, they alter brain chemistry and structure, including regions responsible for mood, impulse control, and behavior.
So this is absolutely fucking retarded. Testosterone is GABAergic and dopaminergic, and what you'll find is men prescribed testosterone, it has a calming effect. You tend to be less aggressive, less moody, less prone to depression and anxiety because of the GABAergic and dopaminergic effect. It makes you more stoic, calm, rational. Again, that's why you see greater mental health issues among women. It's because they have less testosterone. And a lot of women who gender transition or just for whatever reason take testosterone, they will anecdotally report feeling less anxiety, depression, feel better overall. And that's another motivating factor why you've seen this massive increase in teenage girls claiming they have gender dysphoria and they end up gender transitioning. It's because one, teenage girls are fucking insane and it's a pathway for them to get attention. And you'll see when one girl transitions, a number of other girls in their friend group also transition. Part of that is because they want attention and they're literally so insane they'll do anything for attention, but they notice like their friend just like feels better, less depression, all this crap. So you see a lot of teenage girls even finding the same kind of mental health benefit from testosterone. So again, it's so fucking silly and ridiculous how this guy is saying, oh, steroids. What steroids? What doses? Like they all do something a little different. So testosterone is different from fucking trenbolone. Yeah, if you're taking high doses of fucking trenbolone, I would expect you to have behavioral issues and mood issues. If you're taking testosterone, I would expect the opposite. Dodo donate $2. Can we watch the Mike the Vegan video soon? Yeah, we're almost done with this video. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Rec donate $2. Hate how animals are put down when they try to defend themselves or protect their owners. Stupid humans, I swear. Yeah, it's... Society is run by chimps, dude. Thanks for the donation, Rec.
Anxiety, like you would not believe. Every day that I'm on high doses, I wake up in the morning afraid of the rest of my day.
So, Mike Isertel is a fucking liar. I can guarantee you in this interview, he is completely and utterly full of shit. This guy is a narcissist and a pathological liar. Do you honestly, do you honestly believe if someone was having such horrific mental health side effects from steroids, where they can't even get out of bed, how are they taking more steroids? Like they can't even get out of bed, right? They're terrified of everything. I by the way, I've had general anxiety and serious depression. If I was normal and I was taking steroids and they caused me to have those mood issues, even if I wanted to keep taking the steroids, it would literally be impossible for me to keep taking them because I literally wouldn't be able to get out of bed to take them. Like, depression and anxiety can fuck with your motivation to such a fucking massive degree. You would end up seeing that effect, where if steroids did cause him these sort of mental health issues, he would naturally just stop taking them because he couldn't get out of fucking bed to even take them. He'd be too anxious to fucking do another injection. So this guy is lying. So yeah, show a clip of a guy who's an admitted liar, by the way. He made a video where he literally admitted to lying constantly all the time. And that was a personal problem that he wants to work on. Why would you show a video of a guy who's a fucking narcissist and a complete liar? He did not have these sorts of mental health issues from taking steroids. No fucking chance. He just wouldn't take them.
Did you hear they want to raise the age of consent to 21 and even 25? If that happens, are you still watching teen porn or nah? I've heard that's your style.
Well, I mostly watch hentai. There's no chance they could raise the age of consent to 21. No fucking chance. Anyway, thanks for the donation, Cocknudge.
We can't claim clear causation. It's possible people already struggling are more likely to...
This is so dishonest. these are pharmaceutical drugs that are approved for human use. Why is he? You can look at fucking randomized trials of these drugs. Like, by the way, I linked a massive meta-analysis on testosterone specifically when I did that Greg Doucette video. These are drugs that are approved for human use. So you can look at the effects of randomized trials. Association of testosterone treatment with alleviation of depressive symptoms in men. Systematic review and meta-analysis. So the systematic review and meta-analysis of 27 randomized placebo-controlled trials involving a total of 1,890 men found that testosterone treatment was associated with a significant reduction of depressive symptoms, particularly in participants who received higher dosage regimens. So what they found was the higher the dose of testosterone, the better the improvement in mood was. And they found no like upper limit. I think the highest dose that they looked at was either 500 or 600 milligrams. And that was just the highest it went. So they saw this increasing slope of the more testosterone you give a man, the better they feel. And it just so happened the highest dose that they actually looked at was, I think, either 500 or 600 milligrams. So presumably they could have gone up to a gram and still seen an increasing benefit. Like, it's possible. So, and by the way, like 500 or 600 milligrams, that's a very fucking high dose. I'm only on 267 milligrams right now. The highest I've gone up to is 350. And even on just 200 milligrams, I gained 20 pounds of muscle in 2 months. So like, it's a very high dose of the fucking drug. It does a lot. It goes a long way. So yeah, testosterone treatment appears to be effective and efficacious in reducing depressive symptoms in men, particularly when higher dosage regimens were applied in carefully selected samples. So, random effects meta-analysis suggested testosterone treatment was associated with a significant reduction in depressive symptoms compared with placebo. So, 0.21, confidence interval 0.1, 0.32. So basically like an 80% reduction in depressive symptoms, showing an efficacy odds ratio of 2.3. There is no significant difference between acceptability of testosterone treatment and placebo. So basically, this drug is so well tolerated that if you inject just oil into somebody's shoulder, they can't tell the difference between that and injecting testosterone, like in terms of just like tolerability. So nobody's breaking out in crazy amounts of acne. Nobody's getting huge mood swing problems. Nobody's like getting nosebleeds from super high fucking blood pressure or anything like that. Where they're like, oh, I can't take the injection anymore. So yeah. Yeah, and in the most conservative bias scenario, testosterone treatment remains significant whenever dosages greater than half a gram per week were administered, and symptom variability was kept low. So basically, over 500 milligrams a week, very high doses. So this guy is literally, rather than looking up randomized trials, again, these are drugs that are approved for human use. They've gone through placebo-controlled randomized trials. He went and got a cross-sectional fucking survey that has no ability to show cause and effect. And he just cherry-picked this one fucking study that put anabolic androgenic steroids into one single umbrella term, and they didn't differentiate between any type of steroid. Like, this guy is a biased, lying fuckwit.
use steroids. But steroids don't just change how teens see others, they change how they see themselves. Some users claim massive psychological benefits.
If steroids didn't make me more jacked, I would still take them just because of how it affects me mentally.
If you're depressed, just take steroids.
But as with most drugs, what goes up?
Just take testosterone. Testosterone is a more effective antidepressant than antidepressant medications. Testosterone should probably be considered first for drug treatment of depression before any of these antidepressants are even considered.
Must come down. Body dysmorphia and low self-esteem are
no. Body dysmorphia is a misused term. This is just fucking ridiculous. There's no evidence that steroids cause body dysmorphic disorder. Low self-esteem, like, you know what? Just show me the research. Oh, that's right. You have no research. He's just making shit up. So he doesn't even show any fucking evidence whatsoever that steroids induce body dysmorphia or low self-esteem. None. He just says this.
Often what drives teens to steroids in the first place. The goal is confidence. And
show me the evidence. Where is the evidence that teens are doing steroids because of body dysmorphic disorder or low self-esteem? No evidence. He just makes that blatant, fucking ridiculous made-up claim. So, first of all, body dysmorphia is clinically diagnosed by showing somebody a photo of themselves, them having a morphed view on how they look, Are we back? Okay, it looks like we're back. I don't know why that power goes off pretty frequently around here. I think there's a lot of like old shitty power lines that get fucked up easy. Hey, Gum. My gummy up too, huh? This big kitty doing? My goodness, this is a big handsome kitty. It's your big kitty. You know I love you. Yeah, it's snowing. And it's also ridiculously, psychotically cold out.
with the area of the brain that calculates risk still being underdeveloped.
Yeah, so like I was saying, this guy is just fucktarded. He could have looked up randomized trials on the effect of different anabolic steroids on mental health, and he didn't. Just found a shitty cross-sectional survey that has no ability to demonstrate a cause and effect. That just suits his bias.
To a car with flat tires.
I've never had so much body dysmorphia in my life.
Again, he has no evidence that steroids either cause body dysmorphic disorder or people with body dysmorphic disorder are more likely to use them. Just find stupid anecdotal claims online, and I can guarantee you this guy isn't even diagnosable with body dysmorphic disorder. Again, the way it's diagnosed is you show somebody a picture of themselves, they'll give you some warped description of how they looked like, then you show them a picture of somebody who looks exactly the same, and then they give an accurate description. That's how you confirm body dysmorphic disorder. Just because somebody's unhappy with the way they look, that doesn't mean they have body dysmorphic disorder.
I was definitely happier as a natural.
I agree that a lot of us have a hard time being satisfied.
I am happier on steroids. I like the way I look more. I like the way I feel more. Everything's better. So there you go.
Satisfied, but what you're suggesting is far more prominent among steroid users. These are the guys who have the most body dysmorphia.
When steroid use becomes the solution, they become a crutch.
So again, not liking the way you look is not body dysmorphic disorder.
And like the addiction part of this, it's a very addictive thing.
There's this trend on social media of a young guy with the caption, "One cycle won't hurt," only for it.
Togi's biggest problem is his recreational drug use, not his steroid use. Like, this guy does cocaine and heroin and meth and shit.
To cut to a gargantuan, almost unrecognizable person after they ramped up their doses.
Great. What's the problem? That's why you use them.
It can turn into a slippery slope. It's just concerning.
No, it doesn't. Like, what is this stupid? Oh my god. So, by the way, this kid, he's being interviewed by some bodybuilding podcasts. He doesn't have any health issues. He sleeps with a CPAP machine. Plenty of people have sleep apnea. Abba from Abba and Preach, he had sleep apnea and he sleeps with a CPAP machine. He's not on steroids. He's just some, like, fucking skinny Somalian guy. Some people just have sleep apnea. So, he sleeps with a CPAP machine. Okay. According to this kid, he doesn't have any issues with his blood work, no liver, kidney damage, no heart issues, doesn't have high blood pressure, at least according to him. And he just sleeps with a CPAP machine because he finds that he sleeps better with it. What is, like, what is the fucking problem exactly? So, because this guy's sleeping with a CPAP machine, oh no, he's gonna die.
To see a young guy celebrating his 21st birthday hooked up to an oxygen mask.
That's not an oxygen mask, you fucking idiot. It's a CPAP machine. This is just...
Really more teenagers seem to be taking to forums to ask questions about starting PED.
This guy is genuinely fucktard. Okay, well, we're done with that. So this guy's full of shit and he just lies constantly.
Mike here, and today we're going to look at the EPA's green lighting.
Okay, we'll watch this first, because Dodo really wants me to watch that, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Oh yeah, it's beta male propaganda, for sure. Okay, I'll be right back. Alrighty. I am just gonna get a little high.
Of 2 PFAS pesticides and how they're, of course, eventually going to make it into our waterways, those forever chemicals, all up in our bodies. So the EPA has pulled a PFAS one. We're going to look at the EPA's site for this, which looks very sus, very questionable, where they're essentially arguing that, no, this isn't a PFAS under some newer definitions that they've thrown out there. We'll compare those to other definitions and really look closely at the breakdown product from these PFAS pesticides, which is perhaps the biggest concern here. After all, scientists warn of its global threat from irreversible accumulation. Love that for us. And I know I'm talking about the EPA, but this is not just a US problem. There's also an EU and UK issue here as well, especially with that breakdown product. But we're not just going to keep it negative. Don't worry, we're also going to be looking at some potential solutions for this. Let's go. I know I'm always rambling about diet, but I'm also really concerned about water. I did work for a water filtration company.
You can see him here, like typical low.
This guy's on more steroids than last time. Is there any, like, new photos? Yeah, dude, his jaw muscle hypertrophy is just fucking crazy. The fuck is this guy eating? Like, is he just chewing something, or like really chewy and hard all day? Yeah, that's funny.
Company that was making these filter backpacks for Haiti in the developing world. That was difficult. It was a startup. You know how startups go. And that's actually when I started my channel after that. So I am really concerned about water. We're going to talk about water filtration as well as some natural plant riparian vegetation methods of tackling this. So what are these pesticides? We have 2, and one is roughly pronounced isocyclosaram, which is an insecticide. And I would say it's probably mainly going to be used for corn, although it also can be used on a bunch of other plants. And we're talking about a foliar or leaf type spray, just like Roundup, for example. And then the second one is cyclobutyrifluoram, which is sprayed on turf and soil and seeds, etc. It's more of a fungicide. And if I had to guess, its biggest usage is going to be soy. And so we have corn and soy once again, which are these main animal feed crops, which cover a ton of the US, which means a lot of land where this could potentially be sprayed. And this is where we get into a little bit of a nerdy debate. Don't worry, we won't go too far into this, but we're talking about single fluorinated carbon molecules, which this is one, and how the EPA is saying those don't qualify as PFAS. And this brought me to the EPA page in a video, which both made me very concerned because typically the EPA hasn't really been that political, but this is highly politicized. They basically say the claim that this is PFAS is fake news from Democrats and their media allies. And here's the video, which commenters do mention that the woman in it does not put her name or credentials or anything, perhaps in an effort to stay away from how ridiculously uncredible it is.
At the Trump EPA, we want to provide you the facts to promote maximum transparency and keep you best informed. I've seen absolutely false commentary claiming these EPA-approved pesticides are forever chemicals. That's simply not true. Democrats aren't just fear-mongering, they're outright lying, and they know it. Single fluorinated compounds are not PFAS. They are not forever chemicals.
But back to the EPA page, this is where they make a statement that I think is really misleading. They say there's international scientific consensus that confirms safety, saying, quote, the safety of these single fluorinated carbons has been validated by regulatory agencies worldwide, including the European Union, known for stringent environmental standards that we typically ignore. I meant to say end quote before I said that last part. So we have these single fluorinated carbon parts of these molecules. You can see here, it's just 3 Fs in a little chicken foot around a C. A lot of other PFAS chemicals have chains of more fluorine atoms on there, but they're, again, really trying to break it away from the definition, saying just with the single fluorination, it doesn't count. So why is that a misleading statement? Well, of course, these are new single fluorinated atom pesticides that have not been approved by the EU. These in particular haven't. Yes, they have some that have been approved in the past, but this is where it becomes even sketchier because most ironically, after touting being in line with EU standards, the EU's definition of PFAS includes these single fluorinated carbons. So these being PFAS is not a lie. Yes, the EU has gone ahead and removed some even single fluoride atom pesticides, and that's because of their concern with them contaminating waterways, in particular their breakdown product TFA, which stands for trifluoroacetic acid. This is like vinegar or acetic acid's evil twin, and yes, it is very long-lasting, it's small, it's persistent in the environment. The German Federal Office for Chemicals has deemed it a reproductive toxicant. We'll talk more about it in a second. But from pan-Europe, yes, flufenicet has been banned by the EU. This is another one of these single fluorinated atom pesticides, and they're doing it over concern of TFA in the water supply, for example. They go on to say that in France, Bayer, the chemical company, is of course already replacing that ingredient with its second most used PFAS pesticide. And Denmark, again, due to water concerns and TFA, has banned 23 different PFAS pesticides, in particular one single fluorinated carbon, one called fluoperam, probably saying that wrong. Again, adding about TFA that, quote, this forever chemical is a largely non-degradable acid that pollutes the environment and drinking water entering the food chain. And to continue rebutting against the idea that the EU is just as lax on PFAS in general, well, we have how they just recently, days ago, announced that they're tightening their PFAS water rules, requiring authorities across all states to test tap water for contamination of PFAS. The Environmental Working Group also responded to the EPA simply saying that PFAS pesticides are bad news, not fake news. Biznatch. That was part of the title originally. They removed it. See, a lot of people are buying just the activated carbon filters, and those have a hard time getting a lot of the PFAS, in particular the shorter chain PFAS. And TFA, which these new pesticides break down into, is an ultra short PFAS. So what do you need? That brings me to Cove Pure, which is a tabletop reverse osmosis filter that has been working great for me. Yep, stuck that one right in there. Cove Pure is a great way to get reverse osmosis without having to the vegan to get $200 off. Isocycloseram has some pretty toxic concerns in its own right. From Bill Free, Science Director at Center for Food Safety, he says that the EPA is actually just rubber stamped the manufacturer's junk science here, ignoring the risk of cancer, birth defects, and environmental harms of this hazardous insecticide. It turns out that the EPA did find that this pesticide reduced testicle size, lowered sperm counts, and harmed the liver in animal studies sponsored by the pesticide manufacturer, Syngenta, of course. Australian studies had similar findings, but the EPA rejected those. But let's learn more about TFA because I consider it one of the most important, not well-known chemicals in our environment that we need to learn more about. Again, it looks like vinegar, but it has, instead of these hydrogen atoms, it has those fluorine atoms, and that carbon-fluorine bond has been described as nearly impossible for nature to break. Here's that paper I mentioned earlier. Yeah, the global threat from the irreversible accumulation of trifluoroacetic acid, TFA. To quote, TFA concentrations are orders of magnitude higher than those of other PFAS. Notice how this other study is considering this single fluorinated bond a PFAS. Again, the German Federal Office for Chemicals has deemed it a reproductive toxicant, asking that TFA be considered a class 1B toxicant, submitting it to the European Chemicals Agency based on rabbit deformations. Will that be adopted? Well, it's about a 90% chance based off their previous track record. And then it also could potentially be a threat to the thyroid, the liver, and because it binds to albumin, which is protein in our blood, it can be a strain on the kidneys as well. And that's where it does differ from other PFAS in general, where it actually is excreted by the urine through the kidneys instead of out the bowels. And that's my oat beta-glucan video talking about how PFAS can be detoxified through the consumption of beta-glucans, which mop them up in the digestive tract. This doesn't work that way, which is a double-edged sword because this is not in our bodies as long. As for Word on Vegans, they obviously eat more fiber, which detoxifies those longer chain PFASs, but we also see greater kidney function results with plant-based diets, in part due to gut bacteria, lowering uremic toxins like indoxyl sulfate, with less urea load from plant protein as well, and meaning that vegan kidneys are likely to be able to handle TFA better, so there's one potential benefit. And this is where we can get to the UK, because a 2025 test of 32 UK rivers found that 98% of the samples had it, and looking to Glasgow in Scotland, it was one of the highest levels in the world, unfortunately, from industry there. And a study of Wilmington, North Carolina's water found that TFA and other ultra-short-chain PFAS compounds were making up 95% of all of the PFAS in that water. So this is a huge concern, and these are new pesticides again. We're already at that point. We don't need to be making this worse. We need to be making it better. But speaking of worse, it appears that due to refrigerants in the atmosphere, which also break down into TFA, it's literally in the rain as it falls from the sky. Feel the PFAS on my skin. Those are Natasha Bedingfield's new lyrics to Unwritten. I don't want to fearmonger too hard. I don't think rain levels are super toxic or super dangerous. It's just there. Like, we can find it. Now I have to mention that there's a pretty important relationship that we need to highlight. The relationship between the EPA and this revolving door of chemical companies, as well as Syngenta, the one that actually created these two pesticides in particular. Pesticides. And of course, just how the people that have been appointed at the EPA, again, have this revolving door relationship. People previously worked at, for example, the American Chemistry Council, which represents major PFAS manufacturers, as well as the American Soybean Association, which is super pro-pesticide. For example, Kyle Kunkler, quite a name, was a former high-ranking lobbyist for the American Soybean Association, who was then appointed the Deputy Assistant Administrator of the EPA in June 2025. Thankfully, we have some legal action. We have a lawsuit for one of these chemicals against the EPA. They said that they ignored their own guidelines regarding thyroid tumor risk, for example, as well as sidestepping the PFAS concerns. Syngenta also has its own corporate PAC where it can donate money to people who are running, and they found that the majority of the $400,000 that they gave people was directed at candidates that oversee the EPA and, of course, the approval of pesticides like this. And the EPA says that there's no risk to human safety as long as the pesticides are used according to the label. Unfortunately, the label doesn't say anything about whether or not you can drink the water within 10 miles of where this crap was sprayed. But now in terms of solutions, we already talked about reverse osmosis. There's also ion exchange filtration that can help with this. Ion exchange beads are really interesting. I actually used them in the past to help with a recycled vegetable oil diesel little operation. You can essentially feed contaminants through a tube, and certain ones through ion exchange, the electrical charge, can be filtered out. And thankfully, TFA is one of the things that can be sucked up by that ion exchange. We also have some potential solutions here. We need more data on this, but a few plants in particular show some promise for soil and water. Sunflowers might be a good solution, theoretically, as well as cattails for water. Another one that's really interesting is fungi, which can potentially break down these fluorine bonds, although it can help to pre-treat it in various ways, but that is huge. Mycorrhizal fungi could once again be a solution here. And there are other plants that are being studied for this as well, including one of my favorites, Lemna minor, or duckweed, which of course has that bioavailable.
Wow, that's a nice frog.
B12 in the amounts that you need to prevent B12 deficiency, making it a plant with B12. However, if it's high TFA water that's being sucked up by duckweed, I don't think you're going to want to get your B12 that way. I know you already don't want to get your B12 by sopping up pond scum, essentially. So yeah, in the end, we have these two Syngenta chemical pesticides that are definitely PFAS, according to the majority of scientists in most of the world, just not our EPA. The same EPA that is made up by people who were paid nearly $400,000 by Syngenta lobbying groups so that they would make the right decision. Additionally, the EPA was just being super duper sketchy about the European Union approving of of this, making it seem like they do, like it's already rubber stamped by them when they're actually rolling back the approval of this same type of pesticide. Sure, they have some approved and they have had some approved, but it's going in the opposite direction. Like that's not a point for them. And the EU has absolutely not approved these particular pesticides that they are talking about. That's a key point. And this is all part of the EPA.
Yeah, it's probably just corruption. There are just a bunch of industries that paid, you know, the Trump administration to just legalize it. It's usually how it goes with Trump.
Remind you of that famous phrase from the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. And so, we are competing for no ordinary prize, but for whether we are to be sane or insane. Do you think it's possible that in the 21st century, some small percentage of vegans have committed themselves to beliefs that are driving them insane?
Emmanuel donated $3. Gary, what do you think about carnivorous animals? Are you in favor of killing carnivorous animals to reduce negative rights violations? Do you herbivorous animals? Corgi, Derp777, love you both. And VG, what do you mean the left wing is communist exactly? So, like, would you be in favor of, like, killing off carnivorous animals to protect herbivorous animals, like getting rid of tigers to, you know, save the peacocks?
If you're familiar with the source being quoted here, Gary Yourofsky and Vegan Gains proceed to agree with one another endlessly. And neither one challenges the other's thinking. They don't challenge themselves. They don't use any examples that would make them feel uncomfortable.
I've offered to debate anybody on the topic, and so far, I think only one person has ever gone on my channel to debate the issue. There are other people like, what's the guy's name? He's from the UK. He's got a orange beard. Carnism Debunked. I think he uploaded a video once saying that I was crazy for that position, and then he refused to debate the topic with me or Avi. And his excuse was he's not sure now. So, like, I don't have access to everybody who disagrees with me. If somebody disagrees and they refuse to debate, or I don't know of them, or they don't reach out, then, yeah, I can only talk to who I'm talking to. So, like, what point is he trying to make?
They pat themselves on the back. They pat each other on the back. They both confidently agree that they should, quote, kill off, close quote, predators.
No, that's not our position. That's just a stupid... He didn't listen to anything that was being said.
Animals. Kill off, eliminate, drive to extinction, lions, tigers, sharks. Now, when you think about it, this would extend down to the entire food chain of the ocean. Actually, even...
It wouldn't necessarily.
With large land animals,
So again, the proposition is we're in favor of reducing rights violations. So there are going to be some circumstances where killing carnivorous animals would increase rights violations. So no, it's in cases where it would reduce rights violations.
So the megafauna doesn't live up to our standard of what vegan ethics should be. Deer in the wild.
We kill human beings that don't live up to our ethical standards. That's why we killed the Nazis. That's why we bombed Japan. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Will swallow down a small bird, such as a robin. It's horrifying. All kinds of animals we think of as herbivores will adventitiously eat meat. And then there's cannibalism. Then there's the questions of the sexual politics of what bears do to others.
So it's odd order predators specifically that is used in the hypothetical.
They're bears in the wild.
So he literally has no clue like what the argument is, and then he's like straw manning the position.
And this would extend destroying the land, attacking a deer. Would you want to intervene to rescue the victim? Richard especially likes using this language of rights violations. Would you want to protect the rights of the victim against the aggressor, against the predator? The concept of rescue is dangerous. In any political context, in any philosophical context, I would challenge you to rephrase the problem or rephrase the solution, rephrase whatever claim is being made to disambiguate what exactly rescue means. Would you like to rescue the women of Afghanistan from the patriarchy. Well, you know, a lot of those women are married to the patriarchy. They are raising sons who fight for the future of the patriarchy. So when you really think through what it means to go to war against that patriarchy, to liberate or rescue these women, you might be surprised to find out they don't want to be rescued, and what kind of backlash, what kind of...
Is he out of his fucking mind by any chance? You have many women who have protested the Taliban. He literally thinks that, on average, women in Afghanistan wouldn't want the Taliban to be overthrown?
resistance you're going to face. Would you like to rescue the people of Vietnam from communism? What does the word rescue really mean? In this case already, I've jumped ahead and solved the riddle for you. What would it mean to rescue the lamb from the lion? What would it mean to rescue?
It would mean killing a lion. I don't know why you just blabbed.
All of the small fish from the big fish. It would mean totally destroying the ecosystem. It would mean, as Vegan Gains and Gary Rovsky admit, hunting those predators to
like again, it's interesting how he didn't say, what does it mean to rescue Germans from the Nazis? Like, it's just so bizarre what he's saying.
I've used this model in several different contexts, and I've received a lot of fan mail from it. Whatever, people talking to me over the phone, however they communicate with me. You know, we're asked the question, if you really believe this is good, how does that apply when we scale it up and we look at a whole enclosed society? And my point is ultimately to challenge what our preconceptions of good and evil really are, or good and bad, even if we just think about these problems aesthetically. If you have these two continents, both about the same size and shape as Africa, same kind of climate, same variety of flora and fauna, okay, what is it that makes one good and makes one bad? Is it just beauty? Is it just the aesthetic quality of preserving the jungle intact, of having lions roaming the savannah? Let's just point out, not all of these creatures are quite as photogenic as lions. Scorpions, mosquitoes. Would you prefer to hunt mosquitoes to extinction or to live with them just for the sake of...
By the way, scientists are looking into seeing if it's possible to eradicate mosquitoes. Barring any environmental disaster, yeah, I'd be in favor of eradicating the world of mosquitoes.
Of that ecosystem being intact. Is this just a question of moral aestheticism? Is it a moral judgment you're making aesthetically in terms of what's beautiful as opposed to what's...
No. Why is he even asking this? Like, he doesn't even know what the actual position is.
Ugly. Are we actually talking about good and evil? In politics, it's very important to be clear with yourself.
By the way, we've messaged a little bit back and forth on Instagram. He could have challenged me to a debate on this, and then he complains that I didn't debate anybody on this. You have my Instagram. We've messaged each other. He could have just challenged me to a debate. So him saying all this shit, it just proves that he's full of crap.
And others. What is the moral argument you're trying to make? It's okay to...
If you're asking what moral argument I'm trying to make, then why the fuck are you making a video about this if you don't even understand the position that I have?
Advance arguments.
Okay, this is just...
There's another island where they go...
Time.
In this movie...
Like, Jesus Christ. What a fucking windbag. Like, actual fucking windbag.
Suspenders. Don't hurt. But planes scare the shit out of me. Oh, and here's the point where I forget the character's name. His mentor, his Mr. Miyagi, the actual greatest bouncer, is Sam Elliott.
Oh,
Mr. Big old mustache himself.
Yep.
Sam Elliott.
That's pretty good.
I can do Sam Elliott. What's he say?
That's pretty good.
Thanks, man.
He calls him Miho. Okay, so we cut to his shitty bar that he's in because he's living the bouncer lifestyle. It's a wet t-shirt contest. He calls him and he's like, hey, I got a new gig in Jasper, Missouri. And he's like, cool. I guess he realizes he's kind of...
Got yourself into another pickle, brother.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
When I think of Sam Elliott, I always think that in the movie Mask, he just, no one comments on it, but he comes in being cool, and he's just wearing a t-shirt that says free mustache rides. And Cher is like, my son is disfigured. So thank you for bringing much needed levity with your humorous t-shirt. Okay, Swayze, the Inner Dirty Dancing is the ultimate.
I don't know how people have sex like standing up like that. That's just weird. But yeah, picking girls up is fun.
Picking a woman up in the air. That movie ends with a woman jumping up in the air, right? You saw that, and he catches her, and I think he choreographed that. And originally, he wanted that to be the sex scene. He wanted her to jump up in the air and land on his penis. Talk about dirty dancing.
Well, he wants to fuck women in the air, but he's afraid to fly.
Wait, you're telling me I'm in a room where all the women are in the air? He's not afraid of planes. He's just not allowed on them. He's like, if I see a woman in the air, I'm gonna try to fuck her. You're telling me there's 200 women in the air right now? I think they're gonna have the time of their life.
Like MacGyver or MacGruber.
And
see if Space Ice has anything good. Oh yeah, fucking Predator. Dude, apparently this whole movie was about a predator who is trying to not be a beta male, and the android on his back was trying to convince him to be like this beta male feminist, and by the end of the movie he was like, yeah, masculinity's toxic. The movie is literally about trying to convince a predator not to embrace toxic masculinity. So fucking gay.
Predator Badlands is the Ron Perlman. Mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world. Game on Kai, motherfuckers. Game on Kai. It starts off being less than truthful. Now some guys Tom cruising through the desert, blowing up lizard crickets and shit. And things are going great when son of a bitch, this mud right f***ing here. Someone's gonna pay. So now he's Batman. Nah, f*** that, Superman. No motorcycle helmet glowy swords, man. So you know this shit's serious. And boy, is it. Cause now he has the stalactite cave fight invisible family. So they touch swords, which we all know turns invisibility off. Also the ground's lava, you're in, no tag backs. When, oh shit, his cape is caught. And while he could very easily take it off, or just rip it, he goes for the highly advanced, just f***ing die instead move. Then I guess the narrator turns the book sideways, cause it's the only way this makes any f***ing sense. Now, they're on the brother's spaceship, and he's got something to show him. Oh my god, not that! And that's his friend Tad. They're just friends, he f***ing swears. Look, he wasn't expecting company right now, so just go kill a giant fire dog and forget this ever happened. But then, son of a bitch, Dad's here. So he's rocking out to his brother's jam.
Oh, the fucking subtitles he added in are great.
When he starts to suspect his father might be overreacting. So he does the very normal backwards flying into a nap move. And oh my god, Carmen said this was a more efficient shortcut. We gotta stop listening to her. So now he's in a rocket-powered bathtub naval mine. And he can't even do that right. But it was just a crash landing from space. So he's perfectly fine. And now these weapons are just f***ing here somehow. And things are going great. When, oh shit, an ulcerated tree spirit. Those things are just the worst. But he's a predator, so he does what they do and runs away. So now he's just minding his own business, throwing caterpillar bombs and shit. When he comes across some lady.
Universal translation. You hear Yautja, others hear their language.
Well, that's stupid, since whoever's hearing it would have to be the one with the translator. But okay. Cause it gets worse.
Hi.
It's only half a lady.
Excuse you, sir.
Why's it gotta be the annoying half?
We found that.
That was rhetorical. Nobody gives a shit.
Yes, exactly.
So he brings her along to launch her at shit for funsies. And the little freak somehow into it.
I've never been thrown before.
But she makes up for it by asking some very smart questions.
How fast were you going when your ship crashed? Faster than sublight speeds?
Every speed is faster than sublight speeds.
You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar.
Drink right night to take that.
Then later, we finally get what we all watch Predator movies for. Women talking about their feelings.
Sensitivity is what allows us to understand the creatures on this planet.
This guy gets it. The next day, they hit up the cotton razor blade fields. Battle Ninja Turtle monkeys. Maybe a forest kraken or two. And make it home in time for cornflakes. Anyway, now she's talking again.
Dynamic trio! Trio! Remember when we went down the tree?
Chillin each guang.
Cool.
Watch your hand.
Oh yeah, he's part of the group now, because that's something predators do. But mostly f*** you, it's convenient for the plot.
Our little sweet little thing.
Chillin each guang.
Speaking of f*** you, now we get the AI from Alien, because when you get the chance to all over 2 franchises in one fell swoop, you just have to go for it.
The company is not pleased.
Neither is the audience. Join the f***ing club the next day after saying the most obvious shit. It's time to kill some fire dogs.
We can't leave Bud.
Bud?
I named her. I'm with you.
She might be half a robot, but she's full woman and starts giving him the silent treatment.
Let's go.
But he doesn't seem to mind.
When no nooks.
So instead, she goes the I'm just making conversation route.
Why'd your father kill your brother? On Earth, there's a predator known as the wolf. They hunt in packs.
Now that that's over with, we get the shocking revelation that this planet has its own San Francisco. And just like San Francisco, they find lady body parts just laying around all over the place, and things are going great when she drops this bombshell.
There's something I have to tell you. You need to leave now.
Damn, that's crazy. Then we also find out she wasn't just put on the planet on the off chance he crash-landed his bathtub at that exact spot, but she has an actual purpose.
The company sent us here to capture the Callisk.
That is such a betrayal. So now he's on his own and is gonna fight the fire dog with fire. and it turns out the fire part is really overstated. While the stop motion T-1000 shit should be talked about way more. But instead, we get some of that incredible Marvel humor.
Oh, come on!
That the other two Predator movies are famous for.
Jeez. Who wrote or produced this shit? Like, a woman had to have fucking done this. Dan Trachtenberg. Patrick Eisen, Dan something, Jim Thomas. There has to be just a bunch of retarded gay dudes working for Hollywood. Yeah, it looks like a retarded gay dude. No photo. No photo. It has to be retarded gay dudes.
So he tries some no-look shooting before realizing how fucking stupid that is, and that only fat, stupid losers whose entire career was a big joke that everyone but him was in on would ever do. So instead, you. So instead, he does the jump inside the mouth. That was never the mouth. You're just stupid. It was the neck move. And the day is saved. Well, shit. Which is when things start to get a little weird. Oh, thank God. So after freezing to death, he wakes up, and we get the shocking revelation that it's not what's-her-face, but her passive-aggressive robot sister.
The Yautja are cold, they're weak. Why were you spared?
Which, if you don't think about it, does make sense.
Do you know why Mother gave us feelings?
So we could understand the creatures on this planet
And exploit them.
Speaking of making sense, it turns out our boy can understand English.
What is the device?
But apparently can't speak it.
He says it's a map.
How does it work?
They start to suspect it wasn't really a map, but
Oh
by
my
then
God.
it's too late.
This is so stupid.
Now he's gearing up to fight the robots for some reason, when he discovers that no weapon can compare to the power of friendship. And now
The real Predator Badlands was inside me all along. That's great.
we get the Predator Texas Chainsaw Massacre Cinderella mashup we've all been dying for. And oh boy, there's such a quirky team. And while he's doing his damnedest to sell some toys,
Oh my God, dude. Comic relief in a fucking Predator movie. Jeez, with a cute, like, fuzzy creature. They're making everything for fucking retards. Like, everything is just being made for fucktards now. Everything sucks. Everything is just to appeal to the lowest common denominator, and it's all just fucking garbage. Holy fuck me, dude. We're done. We're so cooked.
she is out there having the best story. So to finish off this sandwich, he goes for the Steven Seagal, move as little as possible, and everybody just fucking dies move. Only this is far more grounded in reality. Now little Boo here is proud to be a member of the team until he sees this shit. And would rather be dead than a part of this insult to both the Alien movies. After getting his ass kicked for a while, he thinks quick and tries the just have the magical and invincible super monster come and save the day move. Fucking brilliant! Then after being helped up by a creepy Marvel level CGI arm, we find out the magical and unkillable fireless fire dog can be killed by just one thing: a freeze grenade, which just happens to be the starter weapon he spawned in with.
Really? Oh my god.
So he gets some of those snuggles that predators crave and has just one more thing to do.
What were they thinking? The predator wants to snuggle with the cute fuzzy animal. Like, oh my god.
Which is the coldest shit a father's ever told their son. And then we get this mind-blowing twist.
More friends of yours?
That looks absolutely fucking horrendous. It's worse than I could have ever fucking imagined. When is shit gonna become based again? Like, it's gotta happen at some point. I guess, Hey, bed boy, donate $2.
I don't know if I'm coming back. Coppers is filmed live on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
Whoa, check out that neighborhood. I've been there.
Yeah. Okay, now remember to take out the big guy first. He's armed and completely irrational. Okay, move!
Concerning but unsurprising that liberals are clapping like seals at Mark Carney and are completely fine with him thawing relations with China and integrating their economies close to each other.
Oh, yeah. The liberal government is extremely corrupt, and their whole thing is it's all appearances. So whatever they can do to just make it seem as though they're doing anything, they'll do it, even if it has long-term negative consequences. So we're just gonna have more economic downturn, more housing issues, more immigration issues, just more everything with the liberals, because they do nothing. It's so bad, dude. I don't know, like, we already had a decade of the liberals destroying the country. Let's have more of that. It's like we're fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Depressed and Repressed.
Hey, Beavis, did you hear something? Yeah, I thought it was you.
That is Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, do we get people response?
I think you've already sent me that that one before. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. I do recall you sending me that, and we watched the mall cop thing before.
When do you think movies and music started to get so shitty and less based? I miss going to the movies and being able to beat my cock in theaters because everyone was distracted by the movie. Sucks shit cock.
I'd say about a decade ago is when everything started to go downhill. Thanks for the donation, Nignog. Or Nigdog. Let's see. That's amazing. An old game actually started in 4K. Not that stupid 1440p horseshit. I don't know why that's so hard for all of them to fucking do. Subtitles on. I really wish they would just have a master volume. The fuck's the issue with master volume? Survivor mode. I'll play on medium. Oh, what's going on, Gum Gum? You don't get your num num for another hour. It's on a timer. It's automatic. Forgot my namification retailers. Make your own comic VG. You know how to draw. Yeah, that'd be something. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Final report of the commercial starship Nostromo.
Gummy.
Third officer reporting.
Yeah, come lay down, Gum Gum.
The other members of the crew.
It's a good baby.
Kane, Lambert, Parker, Brett, Ash, and Captain Dallas are dead. Cargo and ship destroyed. I should reach the frontier in about 6 weeks. With a little luck, the network will pick me up. This is Ripley. Last survivor of the Nostromo. Signing off.
Movies went downhill after the last Beavis and Butthead movie. Things haven't been the same since.
Ripley?
Yeah.
I'm Samuel.
Last Beavis and Butthead
I work
movie
for
was
the
pretty
company.
good. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
It's about your mother. We think we may have found her, Amanda. A commercial vessel, the Anisadora, has recovered what we believe to be the flight recorder unit of the Nostromo.
Where?
Zeta Reticula.
What did it tell you?
We don't know. The unit was taken to Sevastopol station. It's proprietorial material, so the company wants it to be collected as soon as possible. Sevastopol's a supply depot in the region. It's a permanent free port
I know what it
facility.
is.
Hey, she's got a nice
Transit's
ass.
arranged. There's a courier ship called the Torrens heading out that way in 2 days. We're going to travel out.
We?
Me and another exec. And you, if you're willing. Look, Ripley, when this job came across my desk, I read the case history. I know why you're working in the region where she went missing. You're still looking, aren't you? I've been cleared to offer you a place on the Torrens if you want to come along. Maybe there'll be some closure for you.
Thoughts on swamp ass for women? Well, I actually like it when girls' butts get a little stinky. Like, not dirty, like I don't want to see shit all over their ass, but... You know, I like it when they get sweaty and stuff. Like sniffing girls' butts after they have a good sweat. Jesus Christ, what? Yeah, that field of view is like fucking nothing. Holy crap. Like, what do you mean I'm weird? It's nice sniffing girls' butts. I love sweaty panties, too. It's too bad most women are, like, fucking insane and intolerable. Otherwise, they'd be pretty cool to be around. What the fuck is this? Sure, whatever. Oh wait, didn't we already save? Is that what that was? What is this? Fucking horse shit? Use. Okay, that turns on and off. Get dressed. Sure. This is Alien Isolation. This is already very boring. Yeah, look, it looks like your head's already hitting the ceiling, and
Taylor.
just a
good
girl
morning.
too.
Ripley, it's certainly not good. I very much doubt
Very
it's
small
morning
spaceship.
either. Sorry. I feel like death. I don't know how you people put up with hypersleep regularly.
You get used to it.
I don't do long haul very often. Most legal execs don't travel further than
I've
the
heard
coffee
it's a good
machine.
game.
I'm surprised Wayland Yutani felt the need to send legal at all.
The loss of the Nostromo and its cargo cost the company a lot of money. It's important we find out what happened. If I can close the case with a conclusive accident report, it'll look great with my superiors. I'm sorry. That was insensitive. I realize your mother has been missing for 15 years, and you...
It's okay. We'll both get what we want, right?
Have you seen Samuels? He's probably been up for hours.
I'll catch up with him.
Where the fuck is Samuels? Is there like... Oh, that's like a weird lean mechanic. What is this?
Jasmine dubbed you and she makes more money.
Ah, Ripley.
Samuels, did you wake up early?
Well, I don't really need as much sleep as the rest of you. I was just inspecting the Torrens facilities. A well-maintained ship. I realize it's a very similar model to...
The Nostromo.
Yes, M-Class. A later pattern, but close in spec.
I've worked engineering jobs on ships like this.
Of course. Is Taylor up yet? She's not a seasoned traveler. Hypersleep may have been punishing for her.
We talked. She seems nervous.
I hadn't noticed. She's a skilled executive, though. Should help us with any legal issues we might encounter.
All personnel to the bridge. Approaching Sevastopol Station.
Looks like we're up.
What is he doing? You're not holding anything, sir. Oh no. He's crazy. You're not holding anything. Didn't it just say all personnel? What the fuck is he doing? I was thinking, oh, I just follow him because I have no idea where anything is. Is there like a map that you can bring up? Oh god. This is already gonna be... Oh, do I ever love having to bring up a map screen every 2 seconds. Well... Hi. How you doing? I'm at the right spot, right? Go to bridge for briefing. That's the bridge, right? So, oh. This is great. Oh boy, this is great. Press X. Well, I'm pressing that. It's not doing anything. I have a sitting chair. Oh my god. Nope. If I just needed to pick up documents from my desk, then it would have, Connor, Verleen, Taylor, Ripley. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna like it. I know it's mostly stealth. Where are we gonna go? Why isn't there just a mini-map? Or just a thing that tells you where to fucking go? Oh yeah, I prefer doing this, yeah, over and over again.
Ah, Ripley.
Samuels, did you wake up early?
Well, I don't really need as much sleep as the rest of you. I was just inspecting the Torrens facilities. A well-maintained...
This is a really good sign. You
I
can't
realize
skip
it's a very
dialogue and you have to
similar model.
restart from the last save.
Yes, M-class. A later pattern, but close in spec.
I've worked engineering jobs on ships like this.
Of course. Is Taylor up yet? She's not a seasoned traveler. Hypersleep may have been punishing for her.
Haven't seen her. I'll go check on her.
I feel sick.
Taylor,
Oh
good
my
morning.
god, the amount
Ripley,
of
it's certainly not
bullshit you
good.
have to
I very
wait.
much doubt it's morning either.
If it glitches again, that's it. I'm uninstalling this
I
fuck.
feel like death. I don't know how you people put up
Oh
with
my
hypersleep
god,
regularly.
hurry up. You can't even
You get
skip the
used to it.
dialogue.
I don't
Holy
do
fucking
long hauls very
shit.
often. Most legal execs
Yeah,
don't
that's
travel
right.
further than the
Blab.
coffee machine.
Love listening
I'm
to women
surprised Wayland
blab.
Yutani felt the need to send legal at all.
The loss of the Nostromo and its cargo cost the company a lot of money. It's important we find out what happened. If I can close the case with a conclusive accident report, it'll look great with my superiors. I'm sorry.
Are they
That was
smoking
insensitive.
cigarettes?
I realize your mother has been missing for 15
Yeah, I think they're
years,
smoking
and
cigarettes.
It's okay. We'll both get what we want, right?
Those look like ashtrays.
Have you seen Samuels? He's probably been up for hours.
Oh wait, we already spoke to. Yeah, so now it's.
All personnel to the bridge. Approaching
Bridge.
Sebastopol Station.
Looks like we're up.
Hope you all had a restful journey.
The Torrens is in very good order for an old M-class captain.
She was a wreck when I bought her. Took a few years and a lot of contracts to refit. She pays for herself now.
You
So
said
that
we're
was the
approaching
problem. He
Sebastopol
wouldn't move.
Station. Are we docking?
I believe your contact is Marshal Waits, is that right? I'll hail Sevastopol and arrange boarding with him.
Good. Let's get this done.
Don't worry, Miss Taylor. Routine. In and out. Connor, how we doing?
SMG loaded and calibrated. Approach vector locked.
Yeah.
Prep comm so I can say hello.
Channel open, Captain.
Does everyone have their briefing documents?
You can watch the approach on the monitors.
Can we see it?
Switch to monitors. Sevastopol Station.
Is that damage?
It looks like damage.
Punch up 74, tight angle.
Looks like the dry dock bay is screwed.
I can't bring the Torrens into that.
This is the commercial vessel Torrens out of St. Clair, registration number MSV7760, calling Sevastopol Traffic Control. We're carrying 3 passengers on a whale in...
Yutani Bond, you're holding the Nostromo flight recorder unit. We request immediate permission to transfer the passengers port side over.
Colonial Marshal, Sevastopol State, serious situation.
Hello, Marshal? Marshal, this is the Torrens. Say again? The station's comms seem pretty screwed up, so I fitted Samuel's suit with a radio booster. I can only keep the Torrens in transit for 24 hours.
You'll have heard from us by then.
Safe trip.
Stand by. My contract doesn't cover bloody spacewalks. It's the only option, and it's perfectly safe if you do what I tell you. Depressurizing. Fuck. Hating this. Just shadow me, Taylor. You too, Samuels.
Affirmative.
Fuck happened here? My God, Ripley. You're doing good, Taylor. Just keep moving!
Taylor Ripley, hold on!
Samuels! Taylor! Respond! Anybody! Okay.
God forbid anyone hear a Chad's man's name. That's why you always clear your throat after I donate that person's name, because you're a retarded nigger and think that'll prevent people from hearing it or something, even though it's always after the fact.
Milk, lemonade around the corner, fudge is made. My God. There's a very low likelihood that I'll have a debate tomorrow with that PhD guy that I debated before on saturated fat. Oh my God. This dude is an absolute fucktard. He does not know how to formulate a debate proposition. He cannot clarify what his fucking argument is. And it's just nonsensical. Let's see.
I hate people who bring up capitalism when talking about veganism. The claim is that under communism animals would lead better lives. Yeah, sure buddy. Meanwhile China building a mega funeral machine. I ask them if a V can do activism in China and they STFU.
Yeah. Communism has not been any benefit to animal rights. So it's these people are just brain rotted TikTok fucktards. So thanks for the donation though, Kami. Yeah, nice try, dipshit. Just trying to work out whether or not I'm gonna have the debate tomorrow. This fucking idiot, like, what he's sending me is just actual retardation. Oh, great. He sent me another email. If you agree with most of what I'm saying, let's just start the debate where the disagreement begins. Oh my god, what a retard. Guy's such an idiot, dude.
Looking shredded VG. Never really knew Inmendham was this unhinged.
I've already watched this video. Yeah, he's nuts. We've already watched this on stream, though. It's 41 minutes long. I'm not watching the same 41-minute long video again, but yeah, the guy is... he's not quite as crazy as he seems when you take these clips out of context. Like, a lot of that is him just... He gets very amped up and excited, and he'll like kind of exaggerate his actual position when he gets angry just to be more hyperbolic. But yeah, like fundamentally the guy is deranged. Thanks for the donation though, Alienator. Okay, I might have to do a quick call with this guy. I'll just leave that open on the side. See if he fucking messages something stupid. Okay. Jeez. There we go. Whoops. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh. AI captioning. He might just be a minute. Just sent him the Zoom link. No, it's not about saturated fat again. It's going to be about veganism. This dude's just like tarded, so. What in the fuck is this? YouTube or oh my god, why is this a feature on Google Chrome? This is some of the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. You got the Zoom link, right? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yo, you're on my stream, by the way, so don't like show your dick on camera or anything.
All right, that's a habit of mine, so I'll hold back. Um, okay, I don't know exactly where the confusion is. The like the
Well,
basic.
yeah. So I'll tell you what the confusion is. Let me just go through the email chain to see the thing. Okay. So you gave me 3 different syllogisms. So I'm assuming we're arguing 3 different main points.
No, like in a debate, a syllogism and a proposition aren't the same thing. Syllogisms are individual arguments that lead to an intermediary conclusion that then builds to the next syllogism to eventually reach a final conclusion. That's how an argument builds. My final
Well, not
conclusion.
necessarily. A syllogism is its own argument. That's why there's a conclusion to each syllogism. There's at least
No,
2
I
propositions.
I get that, but like a
Right.
debate is
So there's one overarching idea. The problem is, so your final conclusion to the 3rd syllogism is veganism cannot eliminate killing. Okay, so that's related to some of the other propositions you made, the other syllogisms, and is not morally superior in any absolute sense. So the problem is, syllogism 1, if any activity is necessary for human life and predictably kills animals, then humans participate in animal harm. Okay, P2, farming, housing, transportation, development are not necessary for human life and kill animals. Conclusion, therefore all humans inevitably harm and kill animals simply by living. Has nothing to do with the conclusion, something being more
no,
superior.
it very explicitly does.
No,
If
it
you,
doesn't.
for example, the building that you're sitting in right now, right? That used to be land that animals used as their habitat. Someone destroyed it, mowed it down, killed them all, and
Well,
built the
I can
building.
tell you the firebugs who, like, crawl in the nooks and crannies in this house, they still use it for a habitat, so I don't know about
What
that.
about all the squirrels and chipmunks and raccoons that used to
Oh,
live in the
there's
trees?
plenty of them around here.
Not,
So
not
like
nearly as many as there used to be.
The
You can
problem
be in
is,
denial about it.
yeah, the problem is what does that have to do with something being morally superior? Like
Right.
the
Are
suggestion
we-
of moral superiority had nothing. There was no mention of that in any
can we
proposition
agree?
you made.
Can we agree that the ultimate goal is to reduce animal harm and suffering and death as
The
much as possible?
problem here is if we're gonna have a debate, I either have to I have to refute in some way one of the propositions or show that the propositions don't logically lead to whatever conclusion you're making.
And I understand
that's the only way.
point of the debate, but you
So
haven't done that.
if none of the propositions logically argued the conclusion you're making, that becomes a huge issue for the debate, because that destroys my ability to actually attack the argument.
That's the disagreement, is that I very much think that they do logically follow from each other, and that's what a judge in a debate would be deciding. That's what your viewers
don't.
get to decide.
There's no
That's your
statement.
opinion.
There's no statement about moral superiority in any of the propositions you made. So if you made a
we
proposition, well, wait,
Dude.
if you made a proposition, it is a morally superior position to kill less animals. X kills more animals, therefore Z position is superior to Y position. That would logically follow, but you made no suggestion of moral superiority in any of the propositions. So when you make a conclusion that mentions moral superiority, that
Can I
completely
talk
destroys my
for-
ability to attack the argument.
Can I talk for 30 seconds?
Yeah, sure.
All right. In my original email, where I had 5 different syllogisms, I laid all this out and said, I'm not saying that veganism is morally inferior to eating meat. And I'm not even saying that eating meat is always morally superior to veganism. It's nuanced. And what I'm saying is there are scenarios where I think eating plants causes less harm. And I think there are specific scenarios where eating meat causes less harm. And so my point is that veganism by itself is not de facto a morally superior position, because I can describe a situation where killing one large animal kills less animals than eating.
Yeah. So
harvested
so I don't disagree with that in any way. So the thing
so
is,
there-
if you take,
then there's nothing to debate, because
So-
you're admitting that veganism is not always morally superior.
No,
That's fine.
No. So
That's what I just said.
You said 2 completely different things. So first, I don't disagree with the claim that you may cause less harm. I disagree
Okay,
with the claim that veganism is therefore not morally superior. Now, the problem
why.
is
What's the-
you haven't set up a set of propositions that mention anything about moral superiority. Yes, you could have a mixed diet or a carnivorous diet in theory that causes less harm than a vegan diet or a diet exclusively of plants. The issue is when, in the conclusion, you interject this idea of moral superiority. So if you're going to interject this idea of moral superiority, then that has to be argued in one of the propositions. The proposition has to contain a statement of mentioning it is a morally superior position to cause less harm.
Okay, so...
Like, I literally outlined that. So I would still say that it is so I would still state that it is a morally superior position, even if it causes less harm. So like an example would be, you have 7 rapists and 1 rape victim. Killing 7 rapists would do more harm than allowing a rape victim to be raped and lived. I think most people would argue, though, based on like a rights-based deontological worldview, that it would be a morally superior position to kill the 7 rapists, even though it causes more harm.
Exactly, but in that case, you're assuming that someone would value the life of a rapist equally to the victim, and we don't. I don't value a rapist's life. I don't mind if we kill them. I thought we were going into this assuming that all animal life was equal and that we valued them equally. And therefore minimizing.
I never took the position that all animal life is equal.
Oh, well, I do. So I guess maybe that's where we disagree, and then it's going to be hard to have a debate because I think that a cow and a squirrel and a chipmunk
and a human.
Why? No, I value.
Are humans animals?
And so do you. Yeah, zoologically, humans are animals, but you value humans above animals too.
Not necessarily. It depends on the human.
No, you value your own life more than animal life because you're willing to harm animals for you to live.
Well, I'd also harm plenty of fucking people. I value my own life over people.
That's perfectly fine.
That doesn't have anything to do with being human. That just has to do with me being me. I could be an alien. I could be a fucking chipmunk.
You value
it doesn't
your own
matter.
life and happiness.
That has nothing to do with me being human.
It has a lot to do with you claiming that being vegan is morally superior because you're willing to kill animals.
That has nothing to do with me being vegan. I could be an alien. I could be like, I don't know, a Gleep Glorp.
The point is that you're willing to let animals die so that you can be happy and comfortable. Otherwise, you wouldn't build houses to live in.
I'm willing to have humans die for me to be happy and comfortable. Humans die.
That's fine. I am too.
So
I'm not saying I'm better than
humans die in agriculture. There's farming accidents. Humans die from pollution that we cause. Humans die in car accidents that we use.
That doesn't.
Humans die in industrial accidents all the time. Like this has nothing to do with me being human. My preference to live above other beings doesn't have anything to do with me specifically being human.
Dude, you're not arguing the point. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with killing humans or animals for you to live. Everyone does it. It's fine. I'm saying that the vegan worldview is not morally superior. I'm not saying I'm better than
but you have to have propositions that make a mention of moral superiority in order for that to logically lead to the conclusion. Right now, you've just created non sequiturs.
Okay, I'm trying to understand you. When you decide to be a vegan, what is your goal from a moral standpoint? Why do you do that? Why do you think it's morally superior?
The issue that we have here is that you have not created a set of propositions that logically follow to a conclusion.
To try to understand.
Well,
what is your goal?
You don't need to know my life story. The issue is with
not your life story. Your moral position.
Yeah.
Why is veganism morally superior?
I don't see what that has to do with your argument.
That's my entire argument.
My entire argument is
that
my reason for being vegan has nothing to do with your argument. So presumably you're trying to make some kind of argument against a vegan worldview.
Dude.
My own personal reason for being vegan has nothing to do with your argument. So
it does.
Again, the problem is that you've just created a big non sequitur. You mentioned a bunch of imperial facts. Some of the facts could be debated maybe, but even assuming we agree on those facts, Like, yeah,
just to be
more
clear, it's
animals die.
empirical,
So,
not
like, you mentioned a
imperial.
bunch of things, like animals die in transport, animals die in agriculture, animals might die to build, like houses and human habitation. And then you mention some random thing about moral superiority when it was never mentioned in any of the premises.
Because
so it's a non sequitur.
The reason I'm asking you why you're a vegan is we have to try to agree on what defines morality in this situation. What is your
Well, we
moral
don't.
goal?
Well, we don't. Again, it
What
may.
is your goal?
Well, again, we don't, because you're the one who made the argument against a vegan position. Your interest in knowing, like, my vegan ethical worldview would be relevant in the debate that we're supposed to have tomorrow. But the problem we have here is that I have no ability to attack your argument because it's a non sequitur. There's just a conclusion that you made with no supporting premises. So that's a problem in a debate for me, because if I'm not able to attack any of the premises in order to refute the conclusion, then I'm completely hamstrung in the debate. So what I'm telling you is one of the premises you have made in your syllogism has to make some kind of mention of moral superiority. And the most sensible one to me, and the most sensible one to me...
Did you read my resolution?
Yes, and the most sensible one to me would to be make some sort of mention of reducing harm being a morally superior position to not
That's
reducing
what my
harm.
resolution says.
So
the resolution that
yes,
essentially
yes,
specifically
I
says
agree.
it should be about
None of the
minimizing harm.
premises have anything to do with that.
Dude, you don't understand the difference between a premise, a syllogism, and a resolution. You don't understand.
Yes, I
the
do.
terminology
I can. I'm reading it right here. You made
no. I know you can read. You don't understand what they mean.
Yes,
The
yes.
syllogisms
The conclusion.
logical
The
conclusions to
conclusion
support a
has to
resolution.
relate to the premises. Your conclusion does not. The first part does. It mentions, therefore, veganism cannot eliminate killing. That had something to do with some of the premises. The problem is the last part doesn't. Therefore, it is not morally superior in any absolute sense. I don't even know what you mean by absolute sense.
You don't know what the word absolute means.
I know what the word absolute means. I don't know what utility it has in that sentence.
Okay. Can you give me just 1 minute? 1 minute uninterrupted.
Sure.
All right. My resolution very clearly says that the goal should be, since we can't eliminate animal harm, the goal should be to minimize it. That is my resolution. We should minimize harm. My point in the end is veganism cannot.
It results in the
veganism cannot.
Okay, sorry. I agreed to not interrupt you. My apologies.
Veganism cannot completely eliminate harm. That reduces it to a numbers game. If we agree that the goal is to reduce harm as much as possible, because it can't be zero, then it's an accounting game of what kind of lifestyle reduces it the most. And I'm saying that in some circumstances, eating plants is superior to eating meat for that purpose. I concede that. In other circumstances, I think eating meat is superior to that. And therefore, veganism de facto is not a guaranteed route to the most moral stance. And sometimes eating meat is better. That's my point.
So again, I already mentioned that I disagree with the idea that we should try to reduce harm as much as possible. There's many situations that would cause more harm that would be more preferable to me.
Then
the
that
problem
leads me to what is your goal?
And again, you didn't answer my question. I asked you, what utility does absolute sense have in that sentence? You said morally superior in an absolute sense. What do you mean by absolute sense?
Do
you just mean in like all circumstances? Is that what you're trying to say?
There are some things that are absolutes. I think that, barring insane situations.
Well, no, I'm just asking if you're saying for all marginal cases it wouldn't apply, or if you're making some moral realism claim.
I'm making the point that harming animals, we can't say it is absolutely always wrong, because we all do it.
So when you say absolute, you mean in all marginal cases?
Yes.
Okay. So then the issue that I have with again, your conclusion is there is no mention of it being morally superior to cause less harm. So if that's never mentioned in any of the conclusions, it's just a non sequitur. You just added that in there. All you've done Sorry, all you've done in all of the other premises is just make an empirical claim. There is more harm in X circumstance. Then, at the very end, you claim, therefore, it's not morally superior in all marginal cases. Just to make that clear, just change the wording so everybody understands what absolute sense
what you're
means.
missing is I'm not arguing that veganism is wrong in any way. I have no problem with people being vegan. That's not my point. My point is that it is not de facto. It is not always morally superior.
Right.
And
Right.
it seems like that's your whole
that's
thing.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's the disagreement we have, and we can focus the debate on that. I would argue so far, it is morally superior. I haven't seen a marginal case where it isn't. If you're going to argue,
my question for you, can I ask a
well,
question?
if your argument is there are marginal cases in which it is morally superior, and you're hinging that on cases where more harm is committed, then you're going to have to mention this moral idea of more harm being worse than less harm. So one of the premises is going to have to mention that it is preferable to cause less death, it is preferable to cause less harm in all circumstances.
That was in the resolution. That's the point that we're debating.
That's the problem. It's not in the premises. It's only in the conclusion. And if none of the premises mention the like some aspect of the conclusion, then it's just a non sequitur. None of the premises logically follow to the conclusion, and if your conclusion mentions nothing that is argued in the premises, then I have no way of arguing against that. I can't point that one of the premises is wrong. I can't. If I can't refute either of the premises, then there's nothing to argue.
What in your mind? What is the purpose of the resolution in a debate? The resolution is establishing what you're arguing about.
We're talking about the syllogism and that you've created a non sequitur.
But dude,
I'm supposed to refute these syllogisms. Now, if
in the context of the resolution, why are you ignoring that?
We can have a debate topic, like whether or not it is more like veganism is morally superior in all marginal circumstances. That can be the debate topic, but if the actual proposition you created to argue that point makes no logical sense and it's a non sequitur, then I can't refute the argument you're making.
All right, I want to ask you a question. If this is genuine, I'm not trying to like trick you or anything.
Sure.
I think that minimizing harm to animals from a moral perspective should be the goal. So I'm asking you, if you disagree, what do you think the ultimate goal is? What makes veganism moral if it's not harm reduction?
Well, it's granting animals the same rights as humans if they were to be trade equalized. That would be the goal.
But you don't grant animals equal rights. We've just established that you're willing to mow the forest down.
I said if they were to be trade equalized. So if there were tiny humans that could easily relocate that were living in trees, then yeah, I'd be fine with cutting down some trees to make room for big people, real human habitation.
Dude, I can give you a dozen examples where you disrespect the rights of animals and you don't give a shit.
Look, there were native people who lived here before. We paid them money, told them to get the fuck out and relocate, and we gave them their own reserves and shit eventually. We do this with people all the time. There's gentrification where we kick poor people out. We pay them money to get them to fucking leave. Like we do the same thing essentially to human beings, where we get them to fucking leave to make room for better things.
Do you think that the builder that built your house paid the animals, the squirrels that lived in those trees?
They don't need to. They don't need to. Squirrels do not have real estate that they can buy and sell and make money off of. They don't have any concept of like land ownership. They can just find a different hole in a tree.
No, but there are a limited number of holes, so they actually just starve to death. And you're cool with
they do find holes, but they do just make nests that are like, like bird nests and
I
shit in trees.
understand
But
that. I'm a biologist. That's
I understand. I understand the point you're trying to make. There's also a limited amount of space for humans to live, and again,
Okay.
we will bulldoze
So,
down neighborhoods to make room
what
for
this
like
really
an electrical station or something. Yeah,
not while the people
that.
are still inside the houses, but
Well,
my point
again, most animals, when they hear like big, heavy machinery, they have the sense to leave.
yeah, so when the babies are in the squirrel nest in the tree and they can't
and they
walk,
move
we
them.
definitely just carefully pull them out and
Yeah, and
gently
they
put
move
them
them.
somewhere else.
They do move them.
You're so unbelievably naive.
They do move them, and squirrels aren't constantly pregnant and have babies in their nests. So like again, the mathematical likelihood of some of this happening is pretty low. But again, the issue still stands. I don't want to get into the like actual debate right now, but the issue still stands. If you're gonna have this moral, like if your argument hinges on this moral principle of it is better to cause less harm in all marginal circumstances, then you're going to have something in your set of premises that makes mention of that moral principle. Because if you just add that at the very end in the conclusion, then none of the premises logically follow to the conclusion. Look,
I put that in the resolution. That's the entire point.
Oh, okay, look, if I tell you, trees are made out of wood, wood is good for making cardboard, therefore it's okay to kill Jews, or therefore it's morally superior to eat chestnuts. Like, what does that have to do with any of the premises? Nothing. If we're going to have a debate hinged on that, what are you going to do? None of the premises are in any way related. So then you're just going to have to come up with a completely different fucking argument during the debate.
Dude, the mistake that you're making is you're not reading the resolution before you go into the first syllogism.
You seem to be like sidestepping everything I'm telling you, because
the resolution is the entire point of a debate and you're not even reading it.
Yes, and the problem is the syllogisms you gave me do not mention in the premises any mention of it being morally superior in all marginal circumstances to reduce harm. So if that's not mentioned,
that we were going to agree on that.
Sorry?
If we're not going, I was under the impression that we were going to agree on that point, that everyone would say harm reduction is the goal. Otherwise, why are you a vegan if you're not trying to reduce harm?
Well, I just told you it's not... to. So again, there are plenty of circumstances where we have laws that could end up causing more harm, but we have those laws anyway because they protect rights and freedoms that we have more interest in, or they protect people that we care about more.
Okay, so if that's your stance, then I guess we need to reframe this entire debate about what the moral goal even is first, because I thought we agreed on that and we don't.
No, that is not important in the least, because again, all I would have to do is make an argument to disprove the idea that there are, at the very least, more marginal cases where a deontological worldview where rights are more important than harm reduction, like utilitarian. That's all I'd have to do. I would just have to refute that one premise, but you won't add that premise to any of the propositions.
Okay, well here, I have a better idea then. Why don't, if you really, really dislike the way that I'm setting this up, why don't you set up the debate proposition that you think we're arguing about, and then we go from there? Because you don't like the way that I'm doing it, and I think that you're being inconsistent.
All you have to do, I've said this a number of times, is just add in one of the propositions that harm reduction is like some sort of moral good, or it's morally superior to circumstances that cause more harm. That's all I'm asking.
It's in the resolution. That's the first sentence I sent you.
That's the problem. It's not in the premises. You keep saying that, but I keep explaining to you. It has to be in one of the premises.
It doesn't. You're really misunderstanding the function.
Oh, okay. If I were to like try to start a debate with you about veganism being morally superior, and that's the basic idea. And my debate proposition was um, eating meat, in order to produce meat, you need to kill animals. Eating meat increases the amount of animals you kill due to, demand, like supply and demand. Therefore, veganism is a morally superior position. You can't attack that argument because it's a complete non sequitur. None of the premises follow logically to the conclusion, and whether you refute either of those premises, it doesn't matter because the conclusion could still be true. If the premises did have something to do with the conclusion, so if I were to reframe that argument, that killing animals is morally some action that kills more animals is worse than an action that kills less animals. So eating meat kills animals. You can avoid killing animals by not eating meat. Therefore, not eating meat is morally. Did I say that right? Yeah. That me eating. Then the conclusion is therefore eating plants is morally superior to eating animals. Well, now in the first premise, I mentioned doing things that kills less animals is morally superior, and now you have the ability to refute either of those premises. So you could either refute premise one and provide like some sort of argument that it is not in fact morally superior to kill less animals. You could either argue they have no moral value or whatever. Or you could, or you'd have the ability to refute premise two, which is, oh, but eating plants doesn't cause less animal deaths. Maybe it causes more. That now you have the power to actually refute the argument. What you gave me gives me no power to refute your argument because it makes no sense.
Okay. Can I
so
take
all
just
I'm
a
asking,
brief period to reply?
all you need to do is slightly change one of the premises so that you mention that it is a morally superior position to cause less harm. That's all you have to do. Then we can have the debate.
Can I just have one brief minute to respond? All right. My resolution says animal harm is unavoidable, and all humans prioritize their happiness and survival above animal happiness and survival. So, dietary ethics should be about minimizing total harm and not claiming moral purity. I just specifically said there it should be about minimizing harm. So, if you need that to be in the first proposition, take that resolution, right? Put a comma at the end of my first proposition and add the harm reduction part. I gave it to you in the entire resolution for the debate. I said this is the entire thing that we're debating. And so if you need to rearrange the grammar of it in some way,
okay, so
but I put it in there.
So you agree now that one of the premises makes mention of it being a morally superior position to reduce harm. Like harm reduction is the basis for which we judge like ethical issues.
Yes.
Okay, then we can have the debate.
Okay. All right. I'm glad we got there.
Okay.
All right. Is this you mentioned tomorrow? I thought we were doing this today.
Well, yeah, I meant tomorrow, like, when I sleep, wake up. But yeah, today, 2 p.m.
So
Eastern, right?
Got it. I didn't realize you're nocturnal and this is still night for you.
Yeah, my sleep schedule is mixed around.
Okay.
So 2 p.m. Eastern?
Well, let's do it.
Okay. All right. I'll get ready for that. Make sure I set an alarm. Alrighty. All right. See you then.
Okay. Sounds good.
Take care. Jeez. Did he like finally get it at the end? Like what I was trying to tell him? Oh my fucking God. That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work. Dodo donate $2 2 p.m. What the hell? That means you're not getting any sleep. That's not good, VG. Why don't you make it for like 5 p.m. or 6 p.m.? Also, my God, that was frustrating. Yeah. I think he finally got it at the end when I literally gave him an example of how I can't agree to whatever the fuck you sent me. But Jesus Christ. He said he had time at 2, so yeah, ideally I would have it later, but he already agreed earlier in the week for 2. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh my God. Oh wait. There's my camera. Dude, that shit is going to be AIDS. Could you not step on my keyboard, please? Yeah, I don't know what the cat's doing.
Jasmine lol.
Yeah, you don't say.
This is Veronica. She's 13 years old and lives.
The fuck is this Indian guy? Cow's scratching herself. It's a nice cow. She has itches and she likes scratching with a broom. Cows can use tools. It's a very smart cow. Knows how to do the brushes. Yeah, it's a good itch. Some good scritches. Cows are really cool. Oh.
I'm here with Trisha from Tarot and Astrology, and she's been so kind as to come in and give us a reading, a tarot reading. And so let's get right to it. What exactly is tarot, and how do you use it to predict one's future and all that jazz?
It's a lot of people are real psychic with it. I don't consider myself psychic. I consider myself very intuitive. A lot of people say I'm psychic, but that's a big honor.
Would you like to get to it?
Yeah, and avert the negative pattern.
So I'm like a caged animal that needs to be set free to run wild, kind of.
Could be.
All right, well, thank you very much, Tricia, for coming in, and we appreciate everything you've done.
You can call me at 319. I live at Muscatine Avenue, apartment number 1. It's right across the street from Walgreens.
Well, thank you again for coming in. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
What the fuck?
One of the oldest and most famous love potions of all was to unknowingly slip a little powdered fox testicle in the drink of your heart's desire. The right testicle was given to a woman, the left to a man. After a few sips, they were yours forever. Because foxes are a combination of danger, deceit, and beauty, they have always been associated with women. A beautiful woman is referred to as a fox. If she's dangerous and beautiful, she is a vixen. The winner, hands down, was the aroma of a freshly baked pumpkin pie with a hint of lavender. The blood flow to the penis increased by 40.
What in the fuck? Alright, well, if you wanna get some pussy, make some pumpkin pie.
80% after the first smell. Unbelievable. To the flour, a powder was added, made from burnt hair from different parts of her body. A few drops of her blood would also be included. An egg would go in for binding. For good measure, she would add a little woman's blood. This magical pie would be baked and served to the man of the lady's choice. As he ate the pie, she would say to herself, "With each bite, we two entwine. This spicy pie will make you mine."
These videos are really fucking weird.
Nobody tells the president what to do. That's caught my eye. I know I'd enjoy being.
I do not understand the weird Mary-Kate and Ashley craze. What the fuck was the deal with that? I remember occasionally their horseshit would play on TV, and I was like, no, could there be cartoons instead? It's like boring and weird and creepy, and I always got like just creepy vibes from their songs.
Hey bro, I've noticed you have ads a lot on your streams. Is this new and by choice? You have been...
Yeah.
Are you looking for me? I'm looking for someone. Where can you be? Someone.
A woman healthy, wealthy, and wise. That's why you're wiser than me. It's Stephen.
Hi, I'm Maurice. I'm an executive by day and a wild man by night.
Hi, my name's Monroe. You've probably already noticed that I have incredibly blue eyes.
Hi, my name is Phil. Most of my friends call me Big Phil.
Okay. I like to talk to people deep into the night.
I play guitar.
I'm Eitan.
Hi, I'm Fred. Hi, my name's Mike, and if you're sitting there watching this tape smoking your cigarette, well, hit the fast forward button, because I don't smoke and I don't like people who do smoke.
I'm not afraid to get sand on my tuxedo if you're not afraid to let the wind mess your hair up a little bit when I take the top down.
Perhaps even a nice bath with some champagne and candles.
Hi, Mom.
I do fashion photography, and I do consider myself a refined valley dude.
Okay, I'm looking for a trendy girl with a simple smile. Wait, it says here, oh, excuse me.
These are the kinds of dudes you'd expect to go on a dating show, because they're pathetic.
I don't know. What I'm not looking for is some big, overgrown monster that's always thinking about food and
Who's so...
Oh, that is so fucking weird. Wonder if he had a bad experience once.
binds to himself a joy, doth its winged life destroy.
I like to do a lot of sailing. I like to outdoor activities. I like climbing. I like travel.
Dodo Nutellers, how weird. If you think about it, Afghanistan ironically has eugenics, may be one of the only countries that implements eugenics just in the opposite way you realistically want it done. New law divides society, 4 classes. Religious scholar is placed in the highest category, exempt from severe punishment. Second category includes respected elites, tribe leaders, military commanders. Ordinary citizens may face imprisonment for the same. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a Brave New World sort of idea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I took a sponge ball and was pulling him out of a little girl's ear.
Vivacious, foxy.
I'm looking for the goddess. Are you the goddess? Who is the goddess? The goddess is the woman, is a woman, is any woman, is all women.
A figure that is sexy, slim, tight, excellent legs.
I'm a 25-year subscriber to both Playboy and the New Yorker magazine.
At night, I operate a damsel in distress hotline. I guess you'd call me
You know exactly why they're not getting laid.
at night.
One of my favorite foods is pizza. And just sugar and spice and all those things that are nice.
I like to be with people who are as fun and adventuresome as well.
Is into having fun.
Have fun. I enjoy having fun, yes. Looking for somebody who likes to have a lot of fun.
I'm looking for someone to have fun with.
Love to have a good time.
Able to have fun.
Fun and laughter.
And anything that's fun, I like to have fun.
And have a lot of fun.
Are you looking for me?
No fatties.
I want it all.
No hamsters.
I steal watches.
No dopers, no smokers, no alcoholics.
We don't like to write checks.
No Donna Juanitas.
We don't like to take out the garbage.
No posers.
What I'm doing right now is making a movie about World War II.
Is that Edward Norton?
No crazies.
Is that Edward Norton? What the fuck?
No posers.
What I'm doing right
He looks a lot like Ed Norton.
now is making a movie about World War II.
No crazies.
Santa Monica and my front porch swing.
I'm currently involved in cleaning up toxic waste.
I'm not having fun doing this.
Do you like cats?
Domestic violence,
I like to wear bright socks, and I'm an avid Cleveland Browns fan.
sexual abuse,
Life is a playground, and I want somebody to play with.
all sorts of alcoholics and addicts and stuff.
Because I really have a zany sense of humor.
We probably don't like to clean the house.
My mother still writes to me regularly.
Because I average about 4 hours a night sleep.
I will cry at a commercial.
I'm interested in most phases of data processing.
That looks like, what's his name? The guy who is in Austin Powers films, Scott. You know, Dr. Evil's son, Scott.
Fire-breathing dragons.
Type A, I'm not. Comfortable, caring, and serious about a relationship, I am.
I'm really looking for somebody I can feel special about, and I don't encounter people like that very often, and I'm hoping you're one of them. Are you that woman? Please give me a call.
If only sex robots came out earlier to save these men. Poor bastards died alone.
And you know that a journey always begins with the first step. And I hope that If you like what I'm trying to say, or you'd like to know more about me, to please write.
Burt Reynolds on Monica Kaufman's Close-Ups tomorrow on Channel 2.
Welcome to Love Connection, where old-fashioned romance meets modern-day technology.
We can't promise you that you'll meet someone and get married next Tuesday.
On a first date, he always brings flowers, wears a suit, and has a change of clothes in the trunk of his car.
But leave Sunday open.
Selected a date for her. She's originally from Missoula, Montana. She enjoys racquetball and practicing her surfing. Claims that she has a perfect way to turn down a date with a man, and she says that slow dancing is the last thing that she wants to do at a club. Will you get close to somebody?
No, I just don't like people I don't know touching me.
Oh.
Well, I had hoped by this time of the night to be with someone besides you. Well, you're not exactly my dream date either.
Are you looking for me? I'm looking for someone.
Okay, early to bed, early to rise makes a woman healthy, wealthy, and wise.
And Christian up to the Christian. I'm over at the gym pumping iron.
Valley dude.
You know, when I'm not using my doctor and pharmacy to troubleshoot a large healthcare computer system, I'm over at the gym pumping iron.
It's so hard to find a decent woman who'll give me the time of day.
You know, I've behind your back and push yourself.
This is
Authentic.
a shitty video.
I'm ready to go to this grocery store.
We need the snacks.
Yeah. Are we just gonna walk around till we find one, or where are we?
The microwave of both frozen pizza snacks.
Yeah, no, I get that. Those are freaking bomb. I like those a lot. What is... Okay, let's just walk around and... What are these things? Do you see them too, right? It's not just me, right? Like, you see these things, right?
Do not disgruntle me, Robert.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to disgruntle you.
I'm a sensitive little fellow. Follow.
Okay. Following?
We must locate the spines. They will guide us.
What are we locating?
The spines.
Like spines?
We need to find 9 of them.
What the hell are spines? Like spines? Like bones?
9 of them.
Okay, there's 9 spines. You understand how ridiculous that sounds, right? Like, what does that mean? Okay, going up the stairs. Marcus, what? Okay, yeah. What? No, I'm not going here. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Follow the spines, Robert.
To where? The sky? What do you want me to fly? I'm an alligator, not a bird. Marcus, come on, man. You know, hey, we always get in these funky little areas.
Take us where we need to be.
Can't we just go to a Walmart?
The snacks. The pizza snacks.
Do they not have pizza snacks at Walmart?
We need them.
Okay, let's get the pizza snacks. God. I'm ready to go to this,
So the Chinese aren't as smart as we thought. Ghetto ass shit donated $3. Let me see. That is not a good idea.
Bruh.
They're kind of crazy.
Bruh. 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 Bruh.
What is that? Oh, a guy's sleeping. It's almost as bad as Ottawa. Oh no, I don't want to see that. I hope the mouse doesn't get hurt. I don't want to see the mouse get hurt. Oh, thank God. Oh, hey. Frog on the toilet. That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, ghetto ass shit.
To this, the third day of competition here at the Gay Olympics in New York City. And a very good morning to you, Leon. It's a very difficult course, and we'll cross live now as the two Australian competitors attempt to book a double bed in a hotel.
Can I help you, ladies? Yes, we'd like a double room, thanks.
Very strong start from the girls there.
That'd be 2 single beds.
Oh no, they've stumbled. She'll certainly lose points for that.
No, a double room.
Good girl, she's righted herself.
That's a double bed with a camp stretcher. Yes, that'll be fine, thanks.
Oh my goodness, no, they've shied away from it. She's not even going to attempt the hurdle.
That's about their sexuality.
That's not good. Not good at all. I'm gonna try sleeping before I have this terrible train wreck, retarded horse shit of a debate. So... Oh... Oh, fuck. We're gonna be doing that. So the debate will be at 2 p.m. Eastern, so about 5 hours from now, or 4.5 hours from now. So see you all in a bit, but big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And sweet dreams. I'm debating that PhD fucktard again. But nighty night everybody, see you all later. Oh god. The fuck is this? There we go.